Ooh. 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 Welcome on in. Welcome on into the stream today. A little bit of a warning, okay? Just in case you have young children or whatever the case might be. I'm about to read the patch notes. All right, not the real patch notes with all the actual good information in it, but the cuck patch notes that give you a little bit of go fuck yourself information just so you can lose your mind for 24 hours. So we're gonna read the patch notes. I might lose my mind in the process. What's up, Ash and John? Let's jump right into it before I lose my mind again. I read these yesterday, about out of stroke, but we're gonna read it again, maybe a little bit slower. And all right, do you notice that out of all the killers here on the screen, Knight's the only one with a yellow border? Ooh, I wonder why that is. Why does he have a yellow border, but everyone else has a green border? What could that mean? Why is Franklin's Demise over here with a green thing on it? Does that mean they're gonna somehow buff Franklin's Demise? Because that would be shocking. Kind of have a feeling something more horrible might happen. What's up, Naveen? What's the one that's getting like a full rework? Is it even here? Streetwise, they said it. So purple is for rework. Overwhelming Presence gets a rework. I'm guessing yellow perks, they think they're giving like a somewhat of a nerf to. So that means like a hubris nerf, or maybe like a side grade, like some kind of side grade to these perks. Let's hope that's what that means. Because if they're nerfing, Franklin's has a green thing. Potential Energy and Franklin's both have a green dot, which in their mind obviously means they're buffing the perk somehow, right? So let's hope. Because if they nerf it, which they will, don't get me wrong, even if this is a buff to Franklin's of some kind, or you know, a nothing burger, they will nerf Franklin's within the before this year's over. That's my prediction. Rework it maybe entirely. We'll find out. But I want to let's just go through it. Let's have a good time. The new survivor item, the fog vial. So we called this, right? We said it would be the smoke bomb from the Halloween event. I think pretty much everyone kind of figured that they were testing this as the new item. It made sense. There's no charges on this, right? Oh no, you can reuse it infinitely. Oh, okay. The fog vial has a cooldown which recharges over time once used. So it's an infinite item. You could just use it over and over again. Oh, okay, that sounds horribly nightmarish. I thought this was a one-time use. So we just get an infinitely reusable item, huh? Wow. You know what they should probably do is nerf that fucking shitty Franklin's Demise perk so you can't steal this from people somehow. And that's not even considering we don't even know what add-ons this is gonna have, right? Like, we don't even know the add-ons yet. Like, this is the base kit. The base kit. Scratch marks do not spawn. Audio is muffled, so in case, you know, you have like an accessibility issue, I guess, I don't care, vomit all over the place. The auras of players within a fog cloud cannot be read by other players. Why do they say it cannot be read by other players? Just say you can't be read by the killer. Weird way to... I mean, I guess they mean, what, like survivors? Like, so your teammates can't see you, I guess? Maybe that makes sense. The fog vial has a cooldown which recharges over time once used. Added item rarities and add-ons to this. God, I don't even want to know what that means. I'm disgusted. Like, don't get me wrong, I want survivors to have new mechanics. Survivor is so dull and so boring, but this sounds so ass. Like, this sounds so ass. And the craziest thing is in this update, as you'll see soon, is they took maps, right? A completely fine item in the game. Like, seriously, a completely fine item in the game. And they're going to change it into some new shitty item. So like they're gaining an item, but they're actually also like losing an item too. This is crazy. It's infinitely reusable, guys. Every fucking chase you get into, you can drop one of these things. You know you'll be able to. Every chase you'll be able to drop one of these. Jesus. So luckily the devs realized that giving on-demand aura reading to the survivors was not a good idea, right? So I think they changed course on that with the key. Let's see, it says it changed item charges to refer to individual uses of an item rather than the overall times it can be used. So now it'll have like, you know, like 4 uses or 5 uses total, and each time you use it, you'll lose a charge, basically. Adjusted the uses for this item to cover the following. Channel the key to consume 1 charge and reveal survivor auras for a limited time. So like a map-wide bond, basically. When near a closed hatch, consume 1 charge to unlock it, so you can still use it to get out with the hatch. Consume 1 charge to quickly unlock a chest and gain an item of rare rarity or higher. Once a chest has been unlocked with a key, it is revealed to nearby survivors, so you can open chests really quick for your teammates, so they no longer have to spend any time like rummaging through them. Can be rummaged in by 1 other survivor to gain an additional item, so they can get basically even another item out of the chest. And adjusted the effects of individual item rarities and several add-ons. And here's what I'm worried about, is that one of these add-ons is going to have the original effect that you have map-wide on-demand aura reading on the killer, and potentially the ability to share that information with your teammates, so your entire team will be able to see the killer's location every time you do it. That's what I'm afraid of. You would straight up quit if you could recharge them? Yeah, I mean, survivor, dude, then we go full Swift. Like, I'm not gonna rot my brain trying to play killer on this game if they make the killer experience impossible. Like, I don't care, you know, like, I'm not gonna play it. I'm gonna play survivor. I'm gonna be as toxic as I can deliciously be doing it, you know, 4-man Swift, super big disgusting solo queue ego in endgame chat. Saw people on Twitter going, oh, but if they added an item that wasn't tested, people would be mad too. Like, it's mutually exclusive to be upset at training wheel items. What's next? Infinite flashlights? Like, the overwhelming reaction to this new item was a negative. Why are people surprised that it's still overwhelmingly negative? You'll Swift with me? Noise. Tunnel the killer. Yeah, we're gonna fucking tunnel the killer. The night changes, bro. You guys might want to just fucking turn the stream off when I get to the night changes. All right, so continuing the key update. Dev note, keys stood out as the least used survivor item and were typically outclassed by other options. So I wonder why. I wonder if it's because the toolboxes and medkits were just fucking giga broken and just completely destroy the entire balance of the game. I wonder if that was maybe the issue. No, that wasn't the issue. Why don't keys also break the game? Does someone need fucking slapped in the face here? Why are keys not also broken? Is that John from the balance team? Is that his? Did he make that decision? Fired. Get him out. I want him out of the fucking building by noon. Get him out of the building. Why aren't keys overpowered? Get John out and get someone else in who can figure out how to make keys as strong as medkits and toolboxes right now. They're nerfing Knight. We're talking skull merchant levels of nerfing Knight. Like, I think he might. We don't know. I don't want to you know, jump ship here, but on paper he could be completely worthless. So we'll get to it though. The charge. Okay. We've reworked the offer to a wider range of utility and tap into players' yearning for higher rarity items. Now the charge system is easier to track. Think of it as uses rather than use time. Oh my god, it's like behavior literally looks at the survivor player community as babies. And I mean, not even them, actually. I think they look at the entire community as children. They really do. they hide everything, right? They hide MMR. They give you these little grade stickers like, oh, you did a good job. Here's your grade sticker. Like they literally treat us like we're children. And you can really see it. And just the way they're talking here, it's like we're like, I feel like I'm in kindergarten here picking my nose crisscross fucking applesauce on the floor. Okay. Now the aura reading capabilities of keys are improved while also adding some team-wide utility, in addition to making it easier for the equipped player to get quality items from chests. Keys also extend that opportunity to a single teammate. Stay tuned for the patch notes for details on key and map item rarities and add-ons. I'm telling you, God, please don't have aura reading on the killer as an add-on. I know they're gonna do it. I know they're gonna do it. Yeah, they are. I can taste it in the air. You hate night. To be honest, average IQ of DVD players is in double digits. Probably actually. On-demand or reading on the killer at any distance, pairing with Eyes of Belmont is just free wall hacks. I'm telling you, they're gonna do it. It's gonna be an add-on. I can taste it in the air. If I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. Maps. All right, we're at map. Did you notice YouTubers avoid talking about 70% Swift? Have they? Scott did message me that he wanted to react to the video, so we'll see. Maybe he does that today or tomorrow or something. It's probably, he was probably planning on doing it, but now that they've released all this, he probably got sidetracked by it. Hey. I am a Night main, but I feel it's fair to hate Night. Like I will never judge anybody for hating Night, but it doesn't necessarily mean we get to just make him F tier, right? This is a gun update. Like I feel like maybe Gun's next game is Dead by Daylight 2, and they're just testing the waters. You know, they're getting in there, getting their fingers all over the balance. I joke. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, survivor item update map. So remember, the old maps, the ones we've had in the game for 9 years, they're dead. They do not exist anymore. An item that was completely fine, but because they're not as good as medkits or toolboxes, and because there's no currency system in the game that puts value limits on anything, they had to die. We had to take maps out behind the barn and put a shotgun in their mouth. Maps are out of the game, so we get this new Windows of Opportunity map, right? Changes item charges to refer to individual uses of item rather than the overall time it can be used. Adjusted the uses for this item to cover the following: channel the map to consume 1 charge and reveal nearby pallet and vault areas to yourself for a limited time. So like you use a charge, you get Windows of Opportunity on demand, right? And I wonder how many charges it has. It doesn't say. While auras are revealed, press the use item button again to create a beam of light, and this is base kit, by the way, only visible to survivors, revealing the auras of generators within the beam's range to all survivors. So again, in my video, when I talked about this, I said that the devs were going to make it to where we were potentially going to look at a future where one survivor could bring a map and give their entire team Windows of Opportunity. I said that they might actually do that, and they did it. Maybe they even watched my video and they thought, wow, that's a good fucking idea right there. Who knows? But I knew they were going to do it because they have literally the foresight of a goldfish. So they went ahead and did that. Amazing. Will it still be as good as a medkit or a toolbox in terms of actually escaping? Probably not. But the fact that they did it is crazy. And the fact that they might feel like it's not enough because people are still going to use medkits and toolboxes, or this new infinitely reusable smoke bomb is dude, they're gonna nerf Franklins. They are gonna nerf Franklins. Just wait for it. adjusted the effects of individual item rarities in several add-ons. So there's going to be add-ons that increase the range. There's going to be add-ons that increase the amount of charges you have. There's probably going to be add-ons that allow you to see like all of the killer's totems and stuff like that. I wouldn't doubt. There's probably going to be an add-on where you don't have to put the beam of light down, maybe, so that like your teammates can see just what you see without having to actually put in the effort of putting the beam down. I could see all these things happening. Subs on. Similar to keys, maps stood out as an underutilized item, which didn't fit into beginner or experienced player kits. With this change, maps retain the spirit of giving players an awareness of their surroundings, making their effects more consistent, and extending some value to teammates. Now there's no need to track objects before they show up. Killed the original maps. Good choice. All right, nothing to complain about with preset improvements. This just allows us to have way more build loadouts, way more customization loadouts, and the ability to name them are like as well. So that's all good. We always like this type of like just nice, clean quality of life stuff right here. Keyboard and mouse on consoles. I mean, I guess the game already has crossplay, so it literally makes zero difference at this point. There's like, for the one guy out there in the universe who has a keyboard set up with his Xbox instead of just having a PC, I guess this is like a big win for that guy. For what's his name? Adam. Good job, Adam. Enjoy your keyboard. You could always have 3 preset outfits. Now you can have 7 though. It's like that. They just increased it from 3 to 7. Custom match improvements. So we're finally getting the custom match improvements, or are these new ones? I mean, I guess all good. No need to worry about that. All right, you guys ready? They have a green light next to the executioner, by the way. A green light because they think they buffed him. They think that they buffed Pyramid Head. Are you ready? Increased the punishment of the dam's range. So they made his range add-ons base kit, I'm guessing, which, you know, everybody was kind of wanting, right? Like, we were wanting that. That was a big request, is that the range was too pathetic. Increase the duration of Rites of Judgment, trail drawing, and trail lifetime. Again, good buff. Good buff. Decreased Rites of Judgment's movement speed. That's, do you know how shit that is? We're decreasing the Rites of Judgment's movement speed. Do you know how shit that is? That means that they're putting it in, they're making it to where you have to use the M2 to get the hit. You have to use the M2. You can no longer option select. So as soon as he puts his thing down as a survivor, just fucking wiggle around like crazy, and he won't be able to do anything because he'll never be able to hit you, right? He'll never be able to hit you with his M2. You just go zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. There's no punishment to it. And if he goes out of it, then you drop a pallet or vault a window. But if he tries to M2 you, he's just gonna miss because the movement speed's too pathetic. Added haste and endurance effect to survivors from a cage. So they're adding base kit borrowed time to his cages, effectively, like, you know, removing the value of the cage, right? It still doesn't have DS, so, you know, there's that. You could still just wait it out. It's only going to be 10 seconds, but like, yeah, they're removing that sort of like angst situation, his like big strong thing of being able to basically get 2 quick hooks on one player, right? So base kit borrowed time for cages. Huge nerf there again. Added input buffering to transitioning from Punishment of the Dam to Rites of Judgment. Like, what does input buffering exactly mean? Like, I wish they could be a little bit more clear on what that means. Because, like, transitioning from Punishment of Dam to Rites of Judgment, I think that means that he'll be able to go into his M2 faster, right? Like he'll be able to basically he'll be walking behind you like he's gonna chop you, but then he can just shoot his M2 at you, kind of like Alien. So that if that's what that means, I think that part is maybe the saving grace of this, because the movement speed decrease while you're in Rites of Judgment is brutal. But if he can alien stab you with like an instant fucking like, you know, attack, probably more annoying to play against, to be honest, but that could be his saving grace for sure. Begin caging or killing a survivor when the prompt is available. And they reworked his add-ons. That could be big. His add-ons are ass, and the only good add-on, like he had basically 4 good add-ons. 2 of them were increasing the duration of Rites of Judgment, and the other 2 were increasing the range of punishment of the damned, and they made both of those things base kit buffs. So it's going to be interesting to see his new add-ons, really, because they've been shit for way too long. So I'm happy to see that. I think overall this could actually be a pretty sizable buff to Pyramid Head. All right. But it all depends how bad that input buffering is and how bad that movement speed is, because it doesn't sound like they want you to be able to zone with him or option select anymore at all. Dude, the smoke bomb, why is it infinitely reusable? Why does it have infinite reusability? It makes no sense. Like it should have a charge at the very least, you know, like it comes with like base kit 1 charge, right? And then maybe you can run an add-on to get like another charge, but it still has like a really long cooldown on it, so you can't spam it. Like that, okay, maybe, fine. But like infinitely reusable? Nah. Get that out of here. That's like, I don't know. That's really unfair. Really, really unfair. Okay. The clown. Okay. All right. So the clown one is kind of like a big thing on Twitter right now. People are really arguing about these changes. Increased movement speed while reloading a bottle. That's awesome. Decreased bottle reload time. Awesome. Adjusted the effects of yellow bottles by increasing the haste effect. That's a crazy good buff. Increase the distance and speed that smoke spreads to. Again, pretty decent buff. Increased activation speed. Now that is an incredible buff. Increasing the activation speed is going to make it to where you can basically throw a yellow bottle down, sort of like how Foxy's hook works, right? You throw the piss bottle down, you instantly get the haste, and the survivor is going to have nothing they can do. I actually don't know if they'll let this go to live. This sounds like too much of a buff. Adjusted the effects of the purple bottles, decreased the hindered effect. Now I disagree with this, because it's not that like they want to make Clown more about they want to make him even between the yellow bottle and the purple bottle, right? I think that's the intention. But what they're doing here is they're making the yellow bottle 100 times better than the purple bottle, and then they're nerfing the purple bottle on top of that. So there's going to be no reason to really use your purple bottles anymore at all. Like you could throw it down, I guess, like 1. But realistically, 90% of the time you're going to be using his piss bottles, and that's going to piss survivors off way more than the purple bottles do right now. 100%. And also, don't forget, decreased how long the hindered effect lingers after leaving the smoke. So another nerf, 2 purple bottles, and don't forget, Vigil is still countering Clown, so they're not going to do anything to Vigil in this update, which means that if you hit somebody with like a purple bottle with the new Clown and they're running Vigil, it's like literally going to have 0 effect. They'll be out of it in like a second. So Cigar Box add-on just got a crazy buff. There is literally no universe where they're going to allow Cigar Box not to be reworked with this change. I promise you, You'll be lucky if it even gets like nerfed. I think full rework of Cigar Box. There's no way it's there with these buffs. Say goodbye. You're in your final 2 weeks of Cigar Box life right now. Okay. Added input buffering to charging a bottle throw, reloading bottles, and adjusted several add-ons. Yeah, we know which ones. Cigar Box is dead. There's no way it makes it. The heck is that noise? Like a tractor outside or something. Oh, it's a street cleaner. How annoying. They are buffing to nerf it. It'll be all about haste, which is like I've said this before. Giving killers like, you know, meta haste, it's not fun to play against, man. It's really not fun to play against. I don't know why they're pushing this direction so much. Like, it's really odd. It's really odd. I don't know how they don't see that. Nobody likes playing against it, because like the whole fun of Survivor, right, is supposedly like being able to loop a killer. If you literally can't loop a killer because they're like moving at like 20% buffed movement speed, then like you're just gonna get pissed off. It's literally what made people hate the second version of Skull Merchant so much, is that like she hindered you and buffed her own movement speed at the same time, so there was like literally no counterplay like realistically, because she was just faster than you. Like that was the gameplay loop. Devno, when it comes to the clown's power, his purple bottles see much more use than his yellow ones across skill levels. To better incentivize their use, we've given the yellow bottles a quicker activation, greater speed boost, and wider effective range, coupled with some base speed increases. That's crazy. They're making what is it, the makeup kit or whatever it's called, like base kit, I'm pretty sure, which was like one of his best add-ons. To compensate, what do you mean to compensate? Purple bottles have received a slight nerf, requiring a little more throw control to get their full value. It's a skill issue, guys. It's just weird. It says to better incentivize their use, we're giving all of these huge buffs to yellow bottles, and then to compensate, we're gonna make it to where you never use the purple bottles. Like what? I don't understand this logic. It's so over the top. Like you want to slightly buff yellow bottles to make them more incentivizing, and then see how it goes. Then people will be more willing to like swap between them. This is just like, I don't know. It feels like the devs are trying to play the game for you. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. And now the yellow bottles are basically going to have like instant activation when you throw them down. Like they're going to be so dumb and annoying to play against. You have no idea. Bro, he's the only one who has that yellow fucking light right next to his name. You know what that means? It means Pathetatron. All right, so, and they like to say this like it's some kind of buff. That's what they like to do. Increased maximum patrol path length. Increased drawing speed, acceleration, and strafe speed. Now, do you know what that means? It means that they took a piece of Call to Arms, his best add-on, a piece of it, like a little chunk probably, like maybe like a quarter, maybe half, if we're really lucky. That'll never happen. And they made it base kit, right? But then they took Call of Arms and they nerfed it. Now, I'm willing to bet you guys, I could be wrong, I'm willing to bet you that even with this increased maximum patrol path length, drawing speed, acceleration, and strafe speed, with Call to Arms, the new Nerfs Call to Arms add-on, combined, it won't reach to the same level as it was before the changes. Like, he overall is stronger right now just running the add-on than he will be combining these things after the changes. That's my prediction. But let's move on to the important stuff. The Carnifex's standard spawns slower. Who gives a shit? Nobody uses the Carnifex for chases. That is not why we use the Carnifex. The guards have different purposes. The Carnifex is for breaking pallets and breaking things really fast. You very, very rarely ever need to use your Carnifex in a chase, and you only do it when your other guards are on cooldown, because that is not the intended purpose of the guard. The entire identity and fun aspect of this killer comes from knowing which guards to use in which situations. They are not all chasers, and trying to make them all into the same thing is dumb as hell and completely misunderstands why this killer is interesting in the first place. So, moving on, the assassin and the jailer have faster standard spawn times. That means the assassin is dead. They have fucking killed the assassin with this update. Like, his standard, what is it already? It already almost instantly spawns. Like, it's so insanely fast that any survivor with half a functioning peanut behind their eyeballs knows that all you have to do is do one tiny little loop around to grab the standard. That's all you have to do. And don't forget, they have removed the ability for the knight to chase with his assassin, because if you are within range for even a second of your assassin while they're hunting somebody, it despawns him instantly. Which means the only thing you can do with the assassin is he has to be self-reliant. If the assassin is not self-reliant, he gets no value because you can't help him. Like, he literally has to be a self-reliant guard in a chase, or he's worthless. That's it. That's the whole math equation. So making his standard spawn quicker is dumb as hell, and it could potentially ruin Knight completely. Like, he might be F tier garbage after this, just because of that one change. And then we have the jailer standard spawns quicker as well. And the jailer's whole thing is that he chased you for a long time at a super slow pace. That was it. He was like a hindrance, like a distraction. And we use jailer with Town Watch's torch so we can get a little bit of stealth, so that we can move around the map a little bit while he's chasing somebody, right? I could live in a world where maybe the jailer's thing spawns a tiny bit faster, okay, like just to maybe like cut out situations of sandwiching, but like the nerd, like, they may have legit ruined the assassin. Like, I don't see any universe where the assassin isn't ruined, like, unless the change is like 0.5 seconds or something like that. That's crazy. Drawing patrol pass is an important part of the knight's gameplay, so we've made it feel snappier and extended its range slightly, making Call to Arms partially base kit. We've also adjusted the standard spawn times for each guard in particular. The standards for the two chase focused guards will spawn quicker to help survivors with a little more counterplay. They need a little bit more counterplay during double team scenarios. You can't double team with the assassin. Have any of you ever played this fucking killer before? You cannot double team with the assassin. That is not a thing that exists. Like, if you get within a half a mile of that chase, the assassin is going to despawn instantly. Like, he's going to just gone. Like, that's not how it works. He is the self-reliant guard, and you use him for that purpose. Oh God, just say you don't like yeah, like, just say survivors don't like playing against this killer, therefore we don't want anyone to play it. Like, just say it. Like, why pretend? A little more counterplay. A little more. What? Hey, devs. Hey, behavior. Balance team. What's the counterplay to syringes? Huh? When they stick a syringe in their ass cheek while I'm chasing them, what's the counterplay? What is it? Where's the little more counterplay to that, huh? You morons. All right, the pig. Increased crouch movement speed again. That's good. Increase to the crouch and uncrouch. Buff the teabag. That's good. Increase the speed at which the tear radius fades when crouching. I mean, that's good. Gives her a little bit more stealth capability. Increased ambush movement speed. At some point, the ambush movement speed is going to start to look kind of corny because, like, it's already like kind of like really buffed, so like the animation is going to start to just look super whack when she starts to like fly around the map and like a Superman punch everywhere. Added input buffering to crouching, charging an ambush, and adjusted several add-ons. You know, I think that an idea would be with Pig, right, is she's a stealth killer, but when she goes to charge her ambush attack, before she does it, she goes, "Rah! Rah!" Like, maybe you should wait until after it's charged for her to make that noise. You know, like maybe that would be an idea. So she doesn't just get like sprint bursted every time or pre-dropped. Maybe get rid of that. It's just an idea. Adjusted several add-ons. Oh, did we? Let me guess, you guys like basically probably nerfed all of the add-ons that did all the stuff you added to her base kit, so therefore you actually kind of like, you didn't really buff Pig, you just got rid of her add-ons and made them base kit, so nothing actually changed. It's for counterplay. Okay, so we're gonna be fair with these perk changes, right? We're gonna just scroll up to the top real quick. Try to remember this list here. So Insidious is supposedly getting like a side grade. Hubris is getting like a, let's call these minor nerfs, right? Minor changes, minor nerfs. Dragon's Grip, Hangman's Trick. Overwhelming Presence is purple, so that means full rework. Franklin's is green, which means minor. I think that means buff. Oh no, it means medium update. Okay, it just means medium update. It doesn't mean buff or nerf. My bad. It doesn't mean buff or nerf. It just means that it's a sizable update to the perk. The yellow ones are minor updates to the perk, and the purple one is a complete rework. All right. Potential Energies getting a medium update, any means, and then the rest are all okay. All right, so any means necessary is getting a minor adjustment, right? That's what they said. It's gonna be a buff. It's already one of the best perks in the game, right? But because there's no currency system, it doesn't exist in the meta, even though it is one of the best perks in the game, and it just is, like, value wise, it's 100% one of the best. They're gonna buff appraisal so that you probably rummage faster or something. That's gonna get buffed. Better Together is the perk where when you're working on a gen, somebody can see you. They see the aura of the gen you're working on. They're probably going to do some kind of like prove thyself effect on it or something, like, right? Like they're gonna make it to where you get more gen completion for working together. Added the ability to repair bow heads. Oh god, I don't think that would be a minor update, luckily. Built to last. So this is just, built to last is basically just going to get changed so that it works with the new charge system. Deja vu minor update. What could Deja Vu even get? Like, honestly, it's one of the most used perks in the game. You know what? People were complaining about gen speed, and Deja Vu gives you 6% increased gen speed when you're working on those gens. I bet you they move that down to like 4%. I think that's what they'll do. They'll move it down to like 4%, and they'll say, look, guys, we slowed gen speed down because Deja Vu has an insanely high pick rate. Like an insanely high pick rate. So I think they, and like, because behavior is so obsessed with pick rate, they'll probably put that down to like 4% or something. Text Discord. Detective's hunch. Strange that did they want to add something to Detective's hunch? I don't know. I feel like they want to add more to it, like add a little bit more to it, but I don't know what it would be. Maybe what they're gonna do with Detective's hunch is that like when you see things, they never disappear, right? I think that's what they're gonna do. So like you'll when all the stuff pops up, like the totems and shit, it'll just stay there for you to see forever, probably. Potential energy. I saw like a leak about this a month ago or so, and I don't know if it's true or if this is just a coincidence, but somebody showed that potential energy was going to make it to where when you work on a generator, instead of progressing the generator you're working on, it progresses the like furthest gen from you. So you're working on a generator, but all the progress is going to another gen on the map somewhere. So this would like effectively get rid of like all 3 genning from happening, basically. I don't know if that's true or not, but I saw a leak like that like about like a month ago. And a minor update, like that might seem like that's the craziest buff in history. Behavior doesn't understand value, right? They have no idea what value is. So we have no idea what any of this means because behavior themselves they don't understand like what they do to the game when they make like changes to perks. Now, again, don't know if that's what they're going to do to potential energy, but I did see that leak, so that could be possible. Updated still sight, they're probably just going to like slightly buff the aura reading time. Very vague. We get the real patch notes today. I don't know what, like, why they released these patch notes a day before they released the actual patch notes. I think it's because they don't want you to know like what the new survivors are going to be yet, right? Like they don't want you to see what Rick's perks are going to be or what Michonne's perks are going to be and all that stuff. Reworked streetwise. I think you're right. I think it's going to be botany knowledge, probably, like something like that. Or it's going to add, they'll probably just do it like this. It'll just add like 5 charges to any item you have, right? Something super simple. Because like everything is like they pretty much replaced charges with tokens in with like these items. So I think that it's just going to add like a certain amount of tokens to each item. It'll essentially, I think it'll have the same value, but it's a complete rework, so it might have literally nothing to do with items at all anymore. Like it could just be a completely new Nia perk that is an entirely different perk altogether. It has nothing to do with it. I think that that's very possible, because otherwise I don't know why they would say rework. So we'll see what they do with all that. Now let's get to the killer stuff. The minor update for Dragon's Grip. What could they do with Dragon's Grip? If they wanted to actually do something that's like healthy with Dragon's Grip, they should give the killer like a 5% speed boost when it's activated. I think like just like a 5% speed boost I think would do it, just so that like the person hits the gen, it helps you get back to them like faster, right? And if you can't get faster back to them, you still get value out of the speed boost for a minute while you're chasing other people. So I think that would be a really healthy buff to it. But we'll see. They could nerf it for all we know. Maybe they lowered the amount of time it works or something. Franklin's is getting a medium update, right? They said a medium update. Could this be it? Are we getting the Franklin's nerf? My prediction was that they're going to remove, like, Franklin's will knock the item out of people's hands, but it won't decay anymore. So essentially, it's like all those add-ons where, like, you know, you knock the item out of the survivor's hand, but it doesn't actually hurt their item anymore. Now, I'll tell you guys this, and I'm not joking. If they nerf Franklin's Demise in that way to where we have like actually zero counterplay to medkits or toolboxes or anything anymore, because knocking the item out of the hand doesn't remove the item, they just come back for it. So if they destroy Franklin's Demise, which that would do if it doesn't decay, the perk is dead. Plague main, that's it. There's no other choice. I have to become a plague main. There is quite literally no other choice. I'm not going to waste my time with killers that have a zero counterplay against broken self-healing. I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to delete self-healing from the game with plague, and I'll play plague until they nerf her. But like, I'm not gonna do this. There's no way I do this. Hubris. Minor update for Hubris. Well, here's the problem with Hubris, right? Is that Hubris only works 99% of the time if you have Spirit Fury and Enduring. So, like, they could nerf the Hubris by, like, 50%. They could, like, remove, what is it, like 10 seconds or something of exposed. They could nerf it down to like 3 seconds of exposed, and it honestly wouldn't change really how the perk works, like, because the 100% of the value comes from Spirit Fury Enduring combo, so you have to use 3 perks to get value out of it. So I really hope that this is like a time buff, so that there's actually more reason to run Hubris without Spirit Fury, because maybe sometimes you can get like a hit with it, right? But like, yeah, we'll see. If it's a nerf, I don't really think it changes anything. And we're getting an update to Insidious. I think Insidious might be that it lingers for a small amount of time. So like, you stand still for a second, you get undetectable, but then once you start moving, maybe you have like 10 seconds of undetectable or something, so that there's a little bit more value to it. I don't know, maybe something like that. And then reworked Overwhelming Presence, just like they did again. Do you guys see the red flags with Streetwise and with Franklin's, and now this? Do you see the red flags appearing? Like, we got they don't like, there's something going on with, they don't want items to be deleted from the game, because guess what, the only other thing was in the game that could hurt items if you didn't have Franklin's Demise, it was Overwhelming Presence, right? Because when they used the item in your terror radius, it drained like 50% faster, so they couldn't get value out of it. Now they're completely reworking Overwhelming Presence to be a completely new perk, a completely new one. So terrifying, actually terrifying. The PTB is later today, yeah. We won't play the PTB until tomorrow, so you guys will kind of get to see how it is along with me, probably watching maybe some other people. But like, oh man, I'm so nervous. And then they're doing an update to Hangman's Trick, which is a completely like worthless Scourge Hook perk, so we'll see what they do with that. There's no way they nerf it. So let's look at the Redditors. Pig buff, this is huge. Glazing, or glazing. Yeah. You could tell the Reddit is like full of like survivor players because they don't see any of the issues with any of this at all. It's crazy. Oh, bro, this could be like one of the worst updates in Dead by Daylight history, no joke. Like it could genuinely be one of the absolute worst updates the game ever has. Because don't forget, we're also getting 2 new survivors, which means 6 new perks, and you can pretty much guarantee there's going to be meta perks in that too. So like, oh, I don't even know. I really don't even know. Hell, let's just move right on into the gameplay, shall we? I need like a night match, I feel like. Just before we even get into it, I just need to feel it. Man, like there's this kind of it's a conspiracy, and it seems like a really, really silly conspiracy theory, but I can't help but see like more and more signs of it that the devs want Dead by Daylight to move more to like a PvE thing where the survivors are playing against like bot killers and not like so many real killers. Like I know it sounds absolutely like ridiculous, but like I don't know, it's a weird like I don't know what they want. They want survivors to be able to beat killers with about like 5% of the effort. That's kind of like what they want to do. And it's actually lobotomizing the survivor player base. Like they're not getting better at the game. You know what I mean? Like it's just the game is dumbing itself down for them so they can just like win without effort. More and more and more, and it's gonna create worse gameplay, like 100% worse gameplay on both sides. I chose Ghoul. Yeah, they're not done with Ghoul yet. The complaining never stops. Your escape rates have skyrocketed? Yeah, I don't doubt it. They're only gonna get better. You'll be able to play Nerfs with keyboard and mouse. It'll surely help. You gotta get that 120 FPS though. Like they say it's 60 FPS standard on Xbox, but I tell you that is not 60 FPS. Like 60 FPS is way cleaner than what you get on Xbox. You need a 144 hertz monitor with 120 FPS on than like a next gen console. Is Ghoul getting nerfed again? There's nothing confirmed, but if you look at the amount of complaining about the killer every day, he's as hated as Skull Merchant was, for sure. So we all know what happens when survivors don't like something. And they'll never like him because he counters Shift W. He'll never be allowed to exist. If he wanted to exist in the game, he should have come out back when Blight and Nerfs did and got grandfathered into being overpowered. Oh man, what a bummer too, because like it's like the Walking Dead chapter, which is gonna be nice, but like then we got this completely gutter like balance patch coming with it to just ruin everything. It's so bad. It's because Hillbilly got grandfathered in Nerfs. Like, they're allowed to be overpowered because they're old killers, basically. And when you... It's all about, like, the Twitter sort of ecosystem, right? Like, if you shit talk Hillbilly or something on Twitter, you'll get eaten alive, right? And so what everybody does on Twitter is they all just sort of, they're like a hive mind, right? Like, if you can't go against what the hive mind thinks ever, and they'll purposely like scour the website for anybody who does, and when somebody does go against the hive mind on Twitter, they'll like quote tweet them and be like, look at this idiot, he thinks Hillbilly is like difficult and we should nerf him, and then like 100 people will like dox the guy and make him delete his Twitter account. That's just like how Twitter is. The devs just want survivors to rush all the gens with gen progression builds, no engagement with killers and escape. Survivor role is being a brain dead role each update. Yeah, because the devs literally don't have the capability to look like... They're so shallow with their thinking, right? They look at the queue times and they go, wow, Survivor must be not fun right now. Let's nerf killers and buff and make the survivors stronger. That'll make the queue times better. And it's like, no, it's just gonna make the gameplay worse for everyone and make survivors want to play even less, right? I'm not gonna just start losing because you buff survivors and nerf killer. That's not gonna happen. I'm just gonna play in a more strategic way so that I win and the survivors have even less fun. It's very simple. Yeah, they probably do, but like I said, they're just gonna make it worse. Guaranteed, they just make it worse. I sent you to play 2 trials of Twisted Masquerade with that challenge. Yeah, it's true. Billy's punishing. Oh man. I could barely even like sleep last night thinking about how bad this balance change is going to be. Like, why are you touching Knight? Like, Knight is like C tier on everybody's like killer tier list, but we're nerfing him like that. Like, why like, I don't understand the devs' minds when they go to nerf things. Like, how can they be so like fucking perfectionist with every other killer in the game, but then like Nurse and Blight are they just get to exist? Like, well, should Clown's hinder bottle be 4% hinder, or should it be 4.5% hinder? I think we'll have to figure this out over extensive testing. We'll have to nerf it 16 times and buff it 9 times and change this perk because it has too much synergy, and maybe we'll do this and that. Oh, Nurse can just teleport through the fucking universe and instantly kill you every game. That's fine. Who said that, by the way? Get him the fuck out of the office by noon. I want him out. Fired. Never talk about Nurse like that again. Get out. Get out. I think Springtrap's, like, now that he's gotten his Foxy's hook buff, he's way better. Like, way better. Parker, you're fire. Every dev has to be a survivor main. So here's my theory on the devs. I don't necessarily think that they're survivor mains, but what I do think is they've actually bought into the community's like gaslighting, and they think because they're not good at the game, right? Like the devs aren't good at the game, whether they play survivor or killer, they're not good. But they think that they think they're not good at killer. Like they are self-aware that they're not good at killer, but they think they're good at survivor when they're not, because of the way that like the community has sort of like gaslighted survivor mains into thinking they're better than they are. And it makes them think, oh well, I played killer and I got shit on, but obviously I got shit on, I'm just not a very good killer player, ha ha ha, I'm wholesome. But like when they play survivor, they're like, wow, that killer seems really unfun to play against. That's not fair at all, we have to go ahead and nerf that. It's a skill issue, clearly. Like the really good killers will still win according to our data, but let's nerf the killer. I'm sure that'll make fix everything, right? Okay, who is the person that decides the changes to these numbers? So I'm pretty sure this game is developed in Montreal. If I'm not mistaken, Montreal probably has a really nice zoo. I'm guessing they go to the zoo and they just let a random animal make the choices, because there's no other way to explain it. It could also be that maybe they throw like dice down on like a chartboard and see where they land, or who knows? Who knows? It feels like that way, Zon. It feels like every update the devs try to fucking mercilessly like nerf one like D tier killer for no reason, because they had a bad game or something. I don't think I've played Knight on this map, to be honest. Can I like troll this guy here? I don't know, probably a bad idea. All right, so the assassin has to chase him alone, right? I have to literally run away from the chase, because if I don't, Yui's not paying attention. She's the victim. Right, the banner spawned, right? But look at how far he's gone away from it. Wow, she juiced it. You gotta respect the dedication to the juice, huh? Oh, someone's here, I think. No? Okay. Someone over here? Yeah. Alright, I'm assuming the other person is over here because I saw him run towards this at the beginning. Here to save those gens, brother. As you see, the assassin still didn't get a hit. Let's nerf it. It's too fucking strong, brother. Let's nerf that assassin. The ace is really trying to sweat his wiener off here. Does he see me? Maybe. We'll see. Alright, so we'll see. Do we get ace? Remember, full ranged. They might be trying to pop this over here. Alright, so ace gets hit. This guy's down. They're gonna go try to get her up now at Killer's Shack, most likely, so we're gonna send a guard over there to get ready for that. May have popped an insta. That's an obvious fake. He did. I should have just counterplayed it. God, I must be a fucking idiot. Why didn't I just counterplay it? Man. And here I thought I was good at the game. And I didn't even counterplay it. Dog shit killer over here, guys. Don't even know why you watch the gameplay. Team's doing a good job at staying together and up. I need to really get a good jailer going so I can catch the people off. Rage quit from ace? Bro, let's go. It's over. Pushing the gen is wild. She got it. GG's. People will always complain because they're not honest, right? The honesty is that people just don't want to lose. That's like the real truth of it. It's not actually that they like. Usually, it's not actually that there's a problem. It's just that they don't want to lose games. And instead of trying to get better, they'd rather just like the devs bring the game down to their level. Like, look at what, like, monster we became with what the community considers a C-tier killer. Bum, 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 bum. I could have been really feisty and even like kicked that gen with the assassin instead of spawning it on her, and that way it would have kicked the gen. She wouldn't even have been able to get one gen done. Would have been really mean. I didn't feel the need to do that though. An entire hour of reading patch notes? Yep. And they didn't even have the information in it yet. That was like, those were the cuck patch notes. Though, hey, we're gonna do something to Franklin's. Are you here? What's it gonna be? But we're gonna change it. Sadistic bastards, I'll tell you. If behavior made Dark Souls, they would give the player a health and damage increase every time they died. Yep. And after you died like 3 times, it would be like, do you want to skip this boss? Is this boss giving you a hard time? Should we nerf it? I busted this on the forum. How dare you play like this? You must be miserable in real life to play like this. Imagine a world where the devs didn't add Shoulder the Burden Like, that was kind of what made me start doing this. And not really kinda, it is literally what made me start trying to do slug only. I'd never tried it before that. Like, this is all, what you're seeing here is a direct, like, butterfly effect from Shoulder the Burden being added to the game. Why didn't I just counterplay that syringe, guys? Damn. Idiot Choi. Oh, look at that Shoulder the Burden, Jeff. How did that work out for you? Huh?
How did it work out for you, Jeff?
It cost you pips if you didn't sacrifice survivors. True. True. There are clearly people who care, and then there's the balance team. Well said. All right, let's get back into the gutter, shall we? And I wonder if I'm gonna have any blood points in the like this PTB. I don't think I will. All my survivors are gonna be like level 1. What do you think, Lightwaves? Do you think that they're gonna only allow Franklins to take a certain amount of charges away? Like, what would be your prediction on what they're gonna do to Franklins? I think they are gonna completely get rid of the ability to damage items altogether. That's what I think. One token per hit? Oh my god. The worst part is nobody will defend you on it either. Like, literally nobody in this community will defend Franklin's demise. They won't do it because they know survivors hate it, and like none of them have the backbone to fucking like say it. I swear to God. I swear to God they won't do it. They're cowards. It's not a rework, they call it a medium change, Eon. That's why I think they're gonna just remove the ability to do damage to people's items. But Lightwaves is saying he thinks it's gonna just remove like 1 charge per hit, and they're gonna get rid of the... Do you think it'll still drop the item? And just like, they're changing Franklin's? They're changing it just like we said they would. Because we're playing 4D chess with these glue sniffing balance team devs, and we're trying 6 months in advance to tell them the thing they're fucking just thinking about already, or haven't even started thinking about, is a bad idea. You know what I mean? The thing they haven't even considered yet, we're saying that's gonna be a shit idea. Don't do that. That thing you haven't even thought about yet. That's how far in the future we are, and how predictable they are. And they still do it. This is peak gun glue sniffing right here. But we'll see. Maybe I'm overreacting. I mean, we don't truly know what they're doing to Franklin's yet, do we? You thought Franklin's was getting buffed? They just say a medium change. A medium change is coming to the perk. They better not nerf it. Out of curiosity, TB, like, let's assume they do nerf it and nobody defends it, so it'll go through. What do you, like, what do we do? Like, what would be your solution in that situation as a killer player? Like, what killer do you play? What would be your solution? Because I kind of know what I would do. What's up, Nate? Don't dead open inside. What do they mean? How did the original like show look? Out of curiosity, like did they mess it up? No, okay, they did do it right. I was like, how did it originally look? But yeah, it's funny. Because I read it that way too. I was like, don't dead open inside. What? But no, that is how they did it in the show. That would have been really, really embarrassing if it wasn't. Wait, what did overwhelming presence even do? So let me look up the numbers because I don't remember what the numbers were on it. So overwhelming presence, it's 100%. It increased the item efficiency affected from survivors by 100%. So like if they were in your terrace and tried to use their item, they would just like destroy their item. Now they can't have that. Those items need to stay where they are. Get in your fucking lane, killer player, and shut your mouth. Become a plague man. Guess I would just only run Lightborn to counter flashlights until they nerf that too. Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like I run Franklin's to counter toolboxes and medkits. Like that's mostly medkits. Like medkits are my biggest issue in the game because the value that survivors get from being able to heal themselves, like not only can they do it multiple times and super fast, but just the idea that they can heal themselves is so brutal when it comes to like actually slowing down their team, that I'm forced to run Franklin's so that they have to like come together to get healed. Even if they have the craziest healing perks in the universe that can instant heal each other, it's still better than them healing themselves because it requires two people and it requires just a little bit of vulnerability, right? But like without Franklin's, I will have no counterplay to people self-healing, and because of that, there's no choice but for me to become a plague main. That's it. There's no other avenue for me. I'm just not going to do it because it's either become a plague main or become a nurse or blight main. That's it. Those are my three options on the table at that point. And I'm not going to do it. I'm going to play plague until they nerf her, and then I'm probably just going to play survivor after that. And then the game can finally become Outlast Trials 2.0, but shit, because Outlast Trials is actually good. And playing survivor against a bot killer is probably the most boring thing I could ever imagine doing in my life. Become a Wesker main and do cool bends. I can't, just because I can't give the devs the satisfaction of like me giving up and basically losing on purpose to have fun. There's just no way that's gonna happen. I'm not gonna ever lose on purpose just to try to have fun. I know that sounds weird, sort of, but like I should be allowed to have fun and win, in my opinion. Outlast Trials is peak, it really is. Doing okay, stay hopping. Not a big fan of where the game's headed right now, but we kind of knew this, right? Like, it's not that it came with no warning. The devs basically said at the beginning of the year that they're gonna put all of the survivor players in a fucking baby carriage for the rest of eternity and just push them uphill. All right, we are officially an hour and 20 minutes into the stream, and we're playing our first Dredge match. That Outlast Trials is getting a PvP mode. I wonder what, like, if it would be good though to make a PvP mode in Outlast Trials where like you actually played the killer, Or if it would be better if you were all playing survivors and you had to like out-compete each other somehow, you know what I mean? All that progress is going on that gen. There's not a single locker where they were doing that gen. Oh, the locker spawns on this map suck. Look at this Shift W too. This is some rancid Shift W right here. Ooh, straight to the Ace in a Gray Suit Killer Shack we go, huh? Oh, did these chain into each other? That's convenient. He'll be healed probably before I get out of this, no joke. Lucky us. I didn't have line of sight. He's proud of himself because I didn't have line of sight. Understandable. I'd be proud of myself too. Gens are gonna start popping here pretty aggressively. This is a strong team. I can taste it. They're splitting up on gens, so no. Alright, them pushing that was a terrible choice. That guy reached, but or DC'd maybe. It seemed like he was spaced. What? Bro's like, I heard there was a killer shack around here, so I'm gonna go head there right now. Ace in a gray suit, motherfucker! Who you think you're fucking with? It's an ace in a gray suit. Ain't no bitch in a beige suit. Ace in a gray suit, motherfucker, yeah! Alright, there's no things over here, so we just have to deal with it. Probably just gonna shift W. Got him. Alan Cake needs to be the like the example now. Okay, someone would finish that. Alright, I got furtive finally. Yep. Alan Cake is dead, I hear, if I get him. Can I just like break this? Like, what's the bot gonna do exactly? It just comp cornered itself? Okay, that makes sense. Wonder what like the issue was made these guys rage quit like that. Bots are so weird. Ada takes the spot. I thought Aurella was the quietest survivor in the game. So weird. She was here. Oh, so trippy. Wow, my power sucks on this map. Holy shit. What in the... Okay, so Ace was literally the only good player on this team. That's crazy. I thought I was going against like some good team because they all like seemed very reactionary at the start, but it was just Ace. Let's hope we don't lose to this. We have a decent 3-gen here. Bro, you seriously coming back to the Hawk? You seriously doing that? That's right here on page 9, chapter 12, that's not allowed to be done. This guy's gonna have dead hard, by the way. Get ready to taste it. We let him worry about it. We let him taste. Good 2 TV impression. Damn. How did that hit me? Like, click already through the window. Somehow hit me. Man, imagine if I was really still playing it, the D-Gen hours against 4 aces in gray suits. I feel like I'm losing all my tryhardism by playing at these hours, I swear. Either that or the devs like loosened MMR, the killer Q is all messed up because of the double Q or something. I have no idea. Choi, you broke Rule 98 on paragraph 4, subsection C of the survivor rule. The punishment: 3 days. Trapper, no add-ons, no perks. He's gonna use dead hard. Yeah! Come on, Ace. You can't just be Ace in a gray suit and not expect for me to know you have dead hard, brother. Come on. Got him. He hasn't left the lobby yet, bro. He's foaming. Oh, you got a demo build for us. Alrighty, I like it. I wonder if your video about Swift stats scared a certain someone. I know where you're going with that, but again, I have to ask, like, is that like such a common thing? Because like you're not the only one saying that, but like I've never seen it myself, so like I'm just curious. Alrighty, this is the demo build I was using. Holy shit, I really like lost it, huh? Gave up on the killer completely when you're running a build like that. So Muse guts. Oh, I was using the wrong one. I need to use some guts. Where are they? Shred miss cooldown by 11%. Okay. VHS reacted to he reacted to the patch notes. So-called gift for us. Oh, he reacted to the 70% Swift video, did he? Let's see. Alrighty.
Oh.
Okay. The ghost face guy, huh? This, we gotta get the, oh wait, is the filter made for like this? The filter all weird. I had this peak, and it's not peak anymore. Do it lazily. Yeah, I think that's right.
Alright everybody, welcome back to a brand new video. Today we're reacting, having a discussion about a video from Choi titled 70% of all matches have survived with friends. So, for those of you who sent this, you already know Zaz, and heck, shout out to you, man, for sending this over. This clearly must be important to talk about if both of you guys are sending this over. So I want to jump right in and just see if this
or survive with friends accounts for 70% of all matches played in Dead by Daylight. Now, if you are like me, you've probably been told that the vast majority of all of your matches are solo queue, or maybe you saw one of the numerous posts that have circulated for years about how solo queue makes up the vast majority.
I just leave it like that until I see.
That is discussed constantly, is even when
What the hell is going on my screen?
I think you guys are gonna have to agree to disagree, and also take into consideration maybe that, like, depending on what hardware you're using, like, you could be having different results. Like, the sound in DVD is very strange.
when I would talk about any balancing topic, I talk about anything recently, as you probably have even seen in recent videos, talking about literally any change at all when it comes to balancing out the survivor side or trying to balance out the game with more mechanics and more things. It always boils down to that the vast majority are not not in Swifts and totally in solo queue. So this is something that I've seen plenty of, and I'm curious to see
Better Nerf clown. Bro, like, the big, like, I'm not joking, I think clown is gonna be, like, stronger in one of the most annoying ways possible. Like, because I did a lot of clown gameplay recently, and his yellow bottles were already, like, his strong suit, way over his purple bottles. So just because, like, some people complained they're gonna make his purple bottles, like, worthless and make his yellow bottles like 10 times better, I'm telling you right now, he's gonna be like, they're gonna cry more about clown than you've ever seen in your life. And then what happens, right? I don't know, but he's gonna be way more difficult to deal with, I'm fairly certain. But Knight, on the other hand, is like, Knight is potentially like gutter tier ruined, like genuinely gutter tier ruined, because they're leaving no option for gameplay anymore. Why is it only Survivor that gets balanced around casual? It's because the devs have bought into the community's gaslighting, and the devs, when they play killer, they're obviously really bad at it, but they know they're bad at it, right? Because the community tells them, hey, you guys, like, obviously there's these really good killers out there that can go on these 10,000 win streaks with trappers, so clearly it's a skill issue on your part. And the devs just go, yeah, we're not good at killer. But when they play Survivor, they think they're actually decent, when in reality they're probably atrociously bad too. So, like, they think they're decent, and it makes them go like, well, clearly the game needs more Survivor buffs and more killer nerfs. And also, look at the queue times. The queue times must mean that killer is in a good spot right now and Survivor isn't. So we'll just keep going with that, not realizing they're actually making the problem worse by continuously nerfing killer and forcing them to do more cringe play styles that survivors don't like, making survivors go play something else like Outlast Trials that's actually fun and interesting, over getting tunneled over and over again because the killer has no other choice if they want to win the game, right? So, like, the devs just need to get that in their brain, that that's the issue, is that the killer is not being incentivized to play nice in any way. Like, they don't even have to nerf or buff anything. They just have to make, like, there be an actual incentive to play the game how they want killers to play it. But they don't do it, because why would they? Lock in, gotta lock in. Oh, really? You body them all the time? Yeah. You gotta watch out. They might nerf Trapper, bro. Because it feels like every update they have one like bad experience with a killer like Xenomorph or whatever, and they're just like, nah. Nah, we can't let this exist. Alright, this is a really, really bad map for me, by the way. I have no undetectable, so they can abuse this main building the entire match, and I will literally never be able to do anything about it. That doesn't hit, by the way, because I have a good connection. I should probably put my router in the fucking toilet or something. Those gens are cooking. I love the vacuums. I really do. I got the bug. Demogorgon's like bugged right now. He it doesn't attack, like uses M2 when you want him to a lot of the time. It's really annoying. He didn't want to waste Killer Shack. You could see it in his eyes. He's like, no, not Killer Shack, please. This is like a Mr. Nice Guy build, by the way. It's like super nice for the survivors. You can't be nice to survivors, so we'll see. Remember, gift of pain. Does he want to get killed again? Does. Why? Either he thought I was gonna tunnel him, which I wasn't going to, or something. I'm not sure. That was weird. I have to disqualify Clown now. Clown's already out of the tournament anyway. He escaped. Is anybody gonna do like a desperation run to try to save this guy? Yeah, they are. Where'd you go? I just saw your scratch marks here and here. Oh, what are you thinking, bro? Bro, what is going on with these like survivor gameplay right now? It's so bad. Like, these are genuinely like, they're like, gen speed is crazy, but like the survivors themselves are like really, really mid. And why is every gen on the map over there? Like, why did I get one gen on this side of the map? That's so mean. I think that's the worst gen spawns I've ever seen on Dead Dogs before, genuinely. Yeah, I see it. Can't be too surprised he's gonna be toxic. Dude, how did I not pain res Jake when I hooked him? Pally, what do you think they're gonna do to Franklin's demise? Out of curiosity, is it over? Like, is it gonna? Are they gonna murder it? Take it out behind the bar? Not Queen and McLean. Somebody's here. Almost got around me. I don't know why I was so committed to the idea that she would like be there. I was really random. I'm like trying to think way too far ahead here. Is Leon nearby? I think they'll make it take away a single charge per hit rather than the item slowly draining on the ground, bro. I can't live in a world where something that pathetic is allowed to happen. I become a plague bane. I swear to God, I will become a plague bane. And the most rancid, tryhard, full poopy diaper plague bane this side of the Mississippi too. Not even just a normal one. Someone finally gonna use that killer shack or nope? Nah, he's gonna pre-drop it probably. No. Oh, I can't chase. He's in main building now. He's become immortal. Have to leave. She literally put herself in between two butt cheeks and then wondered like... Ooh, she may have messed up here a little bit. Might actually have a chance before she gets back to main. Oh, she has a dead hard face. Look at her. I got that dead hard face, boy. Guess she was just trolling. Oh, my dramaturgy. Undetectable, take me home to the place I wanna go. Shift W, it's so fun. I'm just trying to zone this guy away from everything. Damn, couldn't get it. Ah, oh, gotta love the bug. Oh my god, did this bot really just pull that play off? Should get a pain res off this Jake because I guess I didn't hook him on one last time. Bro, can one of these motherfuckers just die? Like, holy shit. I got seen by a Leon Ghoul. Illegal. Is fun happening right now? Is that what the issue is? I'm not sure. 15% damage on every hook was 1,000,000% better than 20% damage one time. Wow. How do we play the game when the gens are over there but main building's over here? How do we do it? What's the gameplay loop if the gens are here but the thing is over there? Do you think these guys just want to like wait? Shouldn't they have crows by now? Like what the fuck? Or they disabled that, right? Completely. Because a survivor cried about it even though it never actually did anything. Or I should say that it did its job. So the crows did what we intended them to do, and a survivor got upset, and we had to change his diaper. It was poopy. It was a poopy diaper. It's called Dead by Gaslight. It's gonna be nice saying the quiet part out loud. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. This is just like getting to the point where it's actually like laughable. Like, I don't know. The devs literally don't give a shit about the killer experience, but somehow don't understand how that's basically making the entire game toxic. Reported for holding the game hostage. Look at him over there, defending the objective. It's hostage. No, I don't want to do my Sunday. They want to wait and make the killer DC. That's what I'm gonna do. These crows are really fucking helpful, by the way. If they're 3 times longer, I'm pretty sure they feel disabled. Like, bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Ada finally had enough. I had a hard time getting her here. Let's just make sure to push her this way then. Holy God, get me out of this match. Nothing like good old-fashioned omnidirectional screams that you can't fucking tell which direction they come from, so the entire threat of it is like removed. Oh, Leon, show us what clairvoyance perk you brought, brother. There's literally no reason for me to break that. Oh, I aimbot. Aimbot, but the reverse, the gutter bot. Find hatch, Leon. It was all, make all the waiting worth it. I'm gonna enjoy this. He's gonna abandon it so quick. Who the hell are you? No? Surprising. Couldn't you get crows while repairing a gen? No. Doing a gen was the only thing that made the crows not spawn on you. What the fuck? Like, you just like, this guy just deserves to be banned for so many different reasons. He just plays to give up. Is super toxic in every way imaginable. Like, holy shit. Why are you even getting on the game, bro? Oh no, I didn't up the dredge one for our last dredge win either. I need to do that. Pop, Colorblind, Mindbreaker, Nowhere to Hide, Killer, Springtrap, add-ons, Boxies. Play that in the normal mode, or the other mode then. Showing mercy on me with Foxy Soak, I appreciate that. Yeah. Pop Dark. Oh, Brian. Mindbreaker. Nowhere. Let's do it. Alright. True Talent will wake up and make a 2-hour video talking about the upcoming changes. Can't wait. It should be online like now, right? I wonder if he'll fucking crash out as hard as I did, bro. Like, I about foamed out the mouth this morning reading those patch notes. Like, I don't even think I can upload that. Too much rage. Alright, let's do... The heck? Oh, this is what I was looking up to see if that worked. I don't want to do that. Let's do this. It should be. It's one of the most used killer perks. It's got to be getting nerfed. It'd be like, we've noticed that the win rate of this perk has gone up significantly, so we're gonna nerf it.
Go off of here.
Of the player base, and killer players specifically just use Swifts as an excuse for their own poor play.
By the way, the guy who like made this up, that only 4% of the player base is a 4-man Swift, which is based on literally nothing and a complete lie, is also banned.
However, if you actually look into the truth, it's very different, and it seems this might be a severe community-wide example of the Mandela effect, in large part due to a lot of very manipulative individuals purposely spreading these false stats over the years.
I think they do this to, you know, not to sound like I got a tinfoil hat on, but it does sound like a bit of some kind of like mass form of gaslight to try to dissuade people from really seeing the actual balancing of the game and to favor you know, whichever side that they think fits their narrative. And
100%. Like 100%, that's what they do. That's literally what they do. I don't think that's tinfoil hat. By the way, I just want to take a second here to look at his build. Look at that build. Franklin's Weave, Bamboozle, Surge. This man knows what it's like to play against good survivors, you know what I mean? Like, he knows. He knows what you need. Because you feel it. You don't have these tools to counter their bullshit, and you just lose. Like, the killer build is no longer about gen defense. It's about countering, like, survivor bullshit, like, as much as humanly possible.
And I would honestly agree with Choi here that it most likely is the Mandela effect. Maybe at one point it was a lot of solo queue, but nowadays maybe it's not. You know, the game has shifted quite a bit. The game has evolved quite a bit. So if there was a shift from solo queue to a bunch of teams, I really wouldn't be surprised.
It's actually the thing though, right, is that it was always 50-50 solo queue Swift, always, and 70% of matches have always been Swift since it was added to the game. So the this whole idea that the vast majority of the player base is solo queue and the vast majority of matches are solo queue is literally based on nothing. It's a complete lie made up out of thin air. Like, I'm not even like, hold on. We need to add something to this scene right now. There we go. Just hide it off. Yeah, just in case we need it in the future.
And think about it. Okay, if you guessed 2017, you'd be correct. More specifically, October of 2017 was the last official information provided specifically on this topic, which so only 5 months in and 70% of matches contained a Swift, with only 30% of matches actually being solo queue only, meaning 4 solo players. In 2019, we got a small update that the player base was still split equally between solo queue and Swift, but nothing about match distribution, so we can only assume that it was still around 70%. Now, keep in mind, this information is now nearly a decade old. We've been in a significantly more competitive version of DBD for years at this point. Solo queue has become significantly more miserable for a huge chunk of the player base.
I completely agree with this. I've actually heard this plenty of times, plenty of times. When I have discussions like these, when I talk about changes and stuff like that, even in comment sections nowadays, you'll see everyone bring up the, oh, but solo queue sucks, so therefore the balance, therefore the balancing shouldn't be that way. But we have to take into account that we're trying to balance across the board. We can't just balance for solo queue, especially with the mere fact that they are still teammates, regardless of it being solo queue, regardless if they're bad teammates. They're still your teammates. They can still provide value in different ways. And a lot of the time, it's not necessarily your own fault, but just the people that you ended up matching with. And honestly, as I've also wanted to state a couple of times in the past, was that it's not ultimately your fault if your teammate is the one that is not skilled or making a bunch of blunders. And then that isn't the killer's fault either. You know, it's ultimately just who you matched with, and if you're gonna yell at anybody, yell at them. You know, to be honest.
And the huge
So he says that like we can't only balance for solo queue, but I actually don't. I think that the devs try in their own mind to balance somewhere in what they perceive to be in between solo queue and Swift, but they don't understand the size of the gap. That's the problem. Again, they buy into the community's gaslighting that that solo queue is not that far off from Swift, and that you can balance in the middle somewhere. You cannot. Right? It is an enormous Grand Canyon sized gap between solo queue and 4-man Swift. Like Grand Canyon sized. You just cannot push Swift, or you can't push solo queue to Swift. You cannot balance in the middle for killer, because if you do that, you're going to disproportionately affect solo queue play, make it absolutely beyond miserable, while still not accomplishing your goal of making Swift like reasonably balanced at the high level. So they're just making the game worse for everybody because they absolutely refuse to take into account that Swift is too strong, like 4-man Swifts, or have too much. They just don't want to. They'll never do it. They'll never do it because it's, at least right now, it's not a savvy business decision to do that, so they just won't do it. His voice is a bit low. Yeah, I think I can maybe check that. Okay. DVD was balanced when old Dead Hard existed, and when DS allowed you for free escape and endgame, and when Adrenaline healed you off hook. Yeah. That definitely ain't balancing for Swift. Mother's Dwelling, huge map. It's gonna be rough. Alright, so we gotta stay away from windows here because we don't have balance, or we don't have bamboozle, so like windows will literally destroy us. Didn't get any good door spawns. I'm actually gonna let her go. I don't think she was alone on that gen. I hope to God she wasn't alone. Alright, let's use our sprint burst. She's gonna abuse the window. She's probably gonna abuse it, I think. I have to commit. She's got a med kit. Longwell Jungle Gym, no bamboozle. Alright, they're back on that over there. See if I can make it. Alright, they left and went to hook. Somebody pulled off a good stealth maneuver. It's a really stealthy shitter, this Lara, whatever it is. I think we lose this game. This is a really, really bad map. I need like undetectable and I need bamboozle, I think, to win on this map. It's just too much of W options. On that. I'm just gonna try to hard tunnel Sable. We'll see. There's no other play here to make. I'm probably close to 1 gen. What's up, Toucan? Yeah, anything that has to do with survivor items is getting nerfed, I'm assuming. Yeah, let him heal her. I need to be merciless. There you go. There's your shitty map design making me have to tunnel somebody out. I'm sure they had fun. I'm sure they're not going to go play Outlast Trials right now. That was a clean tunnel. Oh, Brian, I'll help out a little bit with these. Ooh, that hunters ain't getting that hatchet off. That was clean. Come on, get her off instantly. I know you want to. That guy's on that gen over there, and we know that because of Call of Brine, so we know we should just head right back over there, probably. She had power struggle, bro. You can't make it up. Let's go pop that. I think we have time. Damn. Tried to like flick it. This is a really, really bad loop. I say we just take the regression and try to catch off one of the people we have like already on close to death hook. She's gonna just abuse that window, right? Yeah. She's a good player. She knows it's fucking like one of the most broken things in the game. Like it's easily one of the most broken things. I don't have bamboozle. So I just lose the game basically at this point because a survivor knows the map a little bit. It's so broken I can't even get into chase. So this is why you never play without bamboozle when you have nothing to do with windows. Right here, because like there's literally nothing I can do. You see, I can barely even get into chase because the devs in 2025 are still sniffing so much fucking glue that they think it's acceptable to have a god window in their map. Uninteractive confirmed. I can't go to that gen from that direction because I can't let her run to the main building. If she runs to the main building, I just fucking lose, so I have to come from this direction. Ah, God. Oh yeah. This is torturous. I'd rather go for him because I feel like his gen is a little bit more like intuitive than hers. Got regression happening.
Is she full healed herself? Oh man, I really thought I was gonna get that. Most sane killer player. Right. Did he like try to Kobe there? That was weird. Why did I just see her aura? That's strange. Aura was just like here. Go get these gifts. Care about the hatch. The worst thing is even if you have bamboozle, she's still in this fucking window. Even if you have bamboozle, there's still like 3 other windows in there you have to deal with on top of it. It's crazy. Why you unhooked for tunnel? You ruined all game. Damn. Unhooked for tunnel. You ruined all game, bro. Sable had vigil and balanced landing, but no DS. To Game Ruiner. I'm just gonna change my name to You Did This. You did this. And then I'm gonna become Plague. Hey, Father Campbell's chicken noodle soup. Oh, we still have a Claudette mask to get. Have to get that with the tier 3 challenges, I guess. They should always know if killers can't tunnel and slug, they would be seeing far more nurses and blights. That would require them to see more than 1 inch in front of their face, though, Grim, and they can't do that. Modern balance teams on every game just have the foresight of a turkey until all of a sudden there's a true competitor, and then they do crazy good changes out of nowhere. All of a sudden they were capable, and game development wasn't so hard all of a sudden when they actually had a competitor to worry about. But when you don't have a competitor and you have a monopoly, you can literally smear poop all over everything, and that's just how it goes. I want to pump the volume a little bit here, but I gotta remember to put it back down when we're like done.
Edition of MMR.
What do I rank Ghoul at? I think he's A tier probably right now.
which, speaking of MMR, which is your hidden rank used for matchmaking if you don't know, don't forget that Swifts have an enormous MMR gain modifier, meaning when a Swift escapes in a match, the MMR system gives them way more MMR gain than if they were playing alone and escaped.
You know, if this was true, if it is true, I'm taking everything that we hear with a grain of salt, but if this is a true thing that occurs, that might explain why all the Swifts end up flying straight to the high level, because of the fact that it raises so high when they win. So what ends up happening is like they're
like I said before, I think that Behavior did this as like a desperation attempt at maybe making Swift play more difficult, right? Is they thought like, because don't forget that when MMR came out, it was very strict. So like you pretty much only played against nurses and blights, like literally at the highest level. That was all you played against, was nurse, blight, nurse, blight, nurse, blight. There was nothing else you played against. And they made it to where Swifts got MMR gain faster. So then those Swifts were basically just playing against nurses and blights all day, right? It was the best Swifts versus nurse and blights. It was tournament play, essentially. But they survived. Like everybody complained. I can't just say survivors complained. Everybody complained that it was super unfun and they were waiting way too long in matchmaking to play against the same people they just played against. So they kept loosening MMR. They loosened MMR like 3 times. But that's originally how it worked. And I think that was like one of their first subtle attempts to kind of nerf Swift in an indirect way, was to make them go to the higher MMR faster so that they would play against the sweatiest killers, and that maybe would like sort of take care of itself. But because they've loosened MMR, it no longer really I mean, it was always kind of a cringe way to do it, but at least it made sense when it was literally nothing but nurses and blights. But now that MMR is like so loose, you see a lot of like killers that are just good at the game getting to max MMR with any killer, and then they get dumpstered. And also, MMR was originally supposed to have separate killer MMR, so that if I, was new to the game on Plague, but I had 1 million hours played on Nurse, I could swap over to Plague and learn how to play the character at a more reasonable MMR level. That's no longer truly a thing. The tether is way too tight, and once you hit max MMR with a killer, it's going to bring all of your other killers basically to the top bracket automatically. So you're never going to get that buffer of like a chance to learn a character outside of playing against sweats. Chimp, much appreciated for growing some muttons, by the way.
And usually they'll say, oh, it's only against high MMR players, and that's probably why, right? Like it's 4-man's winning, and it keeps on skyrocketing their MMR to that level. That would make sense if that is true, and if that is something that we can verify, or at least something that we can, at least I can say I agree with it, because I've seen that plenty of times.
There'll be no way to ever verify it again. It's just the latest information we ever had, but nothing that we know has changed with MMR since then, so we can assume it still works that way until the MMR change comes.
Like coordination isn't usually in solo queue, especially to the degree that a 4-man can be, especially with comms.
Me too,
Complete,
Instinct.
4-man communication efficiency usually is very high. Now, you usually hear other people say that it's not always that way. A lot of the time, they're just kind of messing around, quote unquote. But I do believe that if it is a Swift with doing that, I don't really believe they're going to be winning a lot of their games,
right?
Depending on how they decide to do that. Now, are there probably Swifts across the board and all MMR levels and all different points? Of course, but I do think that when people are talking about going against Swifts, they are referring to those teams that are dedicated to win. They team up, they dedicate their matches to running the multiple second chance perks, multiple gen speed focus like progression perks, multiple things like that in order to win their games. Or they're talking about teams that go in either to do that, or they're talking about going against bully squads, which is its own conversation to have. But mainly what's being referred to here is the idea that they are dedicated to win their games, and then because you're also at high MMR, or if you try to win a lot as well, you're going to end up facing that at those kinds of teams.
Simple.
Talked about this before. Stream sniping hackers would always boost their MMR in 4-man swifts because it was significantly faster MMR gain with a new account than if they were doing it alone, and that allowed them to quickly get back up to high MMR so they could go back to stream sniping. So with that information, we know that decent swifts are going to migrate to higher MMR brackets at a much faster rate than solo queue players. Also, keep in mind, these boosted swift players will still be in high MMR if they search in solo queue later on, which could explain how a lot of very average players make it into high MMR in the first place.
I will say I agree with that idea as well. I've seen a vast range.
Variety over repetition is more healthy for the game. Current MMR is the same brain dead stuff again and again. You got to remember those old games, anything could happen. It was, dare I say, fun. Yeah, it was. It was fun. It was fun, and you could choose if you wanted to push rank every month, right? Every month, everybody got reset, and then you had like a breather, and you could play in a more fun way, knowing, okay, I'm going in, and I'm gonna play against some more like chill people, so I'm gonna just like run a more chill build and not really push rank too hard super early into the month. Or you could be a player who wanted to get back to rank 1 as fast as possible and just go in and dumpster everybody so that you got to rank 1 and you could play against the sweatiest people. Like, you could tailor it sort of how you wanted it to be. It was really healthy, and you got rewarded for just playing well over focusing on, you know, kills and escapes, right? What do you guys think? Do you think that's a Shroud of Separation right there? Do you think that's a rancid Shroud of Separation that this guy brought? That's what I think it is. Rancid. Alright, Torment Creek. Not necessarily a good map for Blight, so I mean Blight for Dredge, so we'll see how it goes. That like yellow locker add-on would be way better if you weren't on cooldown at the start of the match. Hurts him a lot. Are they in like the main building? Like, where are these guys? Alright, we're using my build this time, so we'll see if there's any difference. Nice miss. They pretty much waited out Nightfall. We got some real Shift W or like player types, huh? Woke up this morning, got myself some Shift W. Trying to get her exhaustion back, did you see it? Ooh, this is like a worst case scenario for Dredge. No joke. I gotta leave this girl, she's too good. There's she 99er sprint burst with Mindbreaker doing its job because there's actually no real anti-exhaustion in the game. Just fucking fake anti-exhaustion. Because if you take exhaustion away for real from survivors, I guess the game just explodes. Like, there's no way to fix it. To really shift W, or it's like, holy shit, I'm gonna really have to like hard tunnel this player. She's gonna go back for a med kit. Oh. I lose this game. Can you guys taste it in the air? These guys are just, they're literally shift W apocalypsers. They do nothing but shift W. I need like a huge fucking like play here. She gets a god pallet here, there's no counterplay. Trying to get her exhaustion back. Doing gens during nightfall because don't forget they upped gamma by 6 trillion%, so there's actually no, there is no nightfall anymore, and I don't have a locker on this entire region of the map. So she can pre-drop this, right? And then she can use this, window over here if she wanted to, but she's just gonna use the window, because why wouldn't she? Better play. God window. With the pre-drop to God pallet next to it. Yeah, we lose. Just bad Dredge, bad RNG. Unless they decide to start huffing glue, there's no outcome of this. That's a dub. Remember, the devs make you swing here now so they can climb over. Luckily, she had the reaction time of a squirrel, or else that wouldn't have worked. I just gotta carry her 45 years to the nearest hook. I'm sure 20 gens won't pop while I do that. So we're assuming that Cap is going to come out of the bushes somewhere for a savior soon. Maybe, oh, there he is. Cap is holding on to his medkit, bro. Another fucking sprint burst vigil user. Another skillless asshole. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. One gen left. Does she work on that, or is this like a bait with BS? Because I kind of don't see how she would just give up, but I guess. Guaranteed these are Sprint Burst Vigil players. They're fucking glued to their Sprint Burst. I've never seen such rancid gameplay. So you just shift W's, because that's what you do against Dredge. God pallet. Yeah, draw. Rancid fucking gameplay, like really peak garbage. They're injured. Should I be cocky? I don't really care about a draw. I'll take it. I'm a fart smeller, guaranteed. You have like deliverance or something? I literally can't hook the other guy because if I hook the other guy, she can Kobe. Oh no, she can't Kobe anyway. Oh bro, please Kobe. I'd laugh my ass off. Wolf, much appreciated for growing some muns. Pulling a dub out from that match was actually disgusting. It should have been impossible. If we do get it, he could still get hatch or something. Remember, there's this like offering here. Could have been a hatch offering. Huge. 3K means the game is balanced, yep. 100% balanced. Tunnel into endgame 2K. As they fucking obliterated the gens, like holy shit. Actually tilting to play against Sprint Burst Vigil, like when an entire team has it. Especially when did you see how fucking worthless Mindbreaker was, by the way? Did you see how fucking worthless this perk is? They're gen rushing and Sprint Bursting me all game when I have fucking Mindbreaker, bro. Garbage perk. Literally allows them to 99 their Sprint Burst. It buffs Sprint Burst. Yeah, you have to use Languid Touch and Mindbreaker together to even have a chance. To even have a small, like a fucking fraction of a window to actually counter exhaustion. Blood Echo is like the only perk in the game that actually truly does like a decent amount against exhaustion. But in order to get value out of it, you have to keep the entire fucking team injured. Like, yeah, Vigil completely counters Mindbreaker. True, true. Oh my god. Can they fucking destroy that perk? Like, take it back to goddamn Mount Doom and cast it into the lava. Like, Jesus Christ. Bro, it was one Vigil and they just ate each other's Vigil soup. More medkits as always. Mindbreaker, get the fuck off of my build. You nasty shitter of a diarrhea stain. I kind of feel like, oh no. God, I hate that, like, the patheticness of all the killer perks. I just look at them and I'm like, God, they're also pathetically designed. Trail of torment. Torture. And there's my absolutely, like, desperation build of Demogorgon because he's so pathetic. You guys will literally never stop trying to make me believe in rapid brutality. You know, you are believers. Surge is tempting, yeah, I thought about it. It's just like, then I was thinking about the map we just played on and how fucking spread out the gens were, and then I got disgusted. In order to get value out of Mindbreaker, you have to be a stealth killer, unironically. And since Dredge is not a stealth killer, since Demogorgon is not a stealth killer, they can't get value out of it. Since Springtrap is not a stealth killer, he can't get value out of it. Plaything is always like a temptation, but it's very difficult with how, like, to get guaranteed multiple hooks. So many of your matches just turn into brute force tunneling because, like, you have no other option. Like, you start out every match trying, and then, like, you realize, oh god, that they're, if they play just a little bit too efficiently, or they're able to extend their chases just a little bit too long, I gotta play, like, Tunnel Timmy over here in order to win. Why Demo versus Dredge specifically? Well, we kind of like, we grabbed the, wait, what we got here? Rabbit, much appreciated for growing some muds. They're gonna look good, I'm telling you. So we picked 8 killers that we believed were the worst 8 killers to play in the game at high MMR. So once we had those 8 picked, then it was kind of just like coming up with like, who would be the fairest to compare to each other? Owen Duffy on YouTube. Much appreciated for the mutton growage. They look good too.
Owen Duffy grew some muttons.
He's been reacting to the dev blog for the past 25 minutes and he's only at the middle of it. So like so we're going to be streaming for like another hour and a half-ish. When my stream's done, I'm probably going to just go watch that because I'm curious. Like, if you guys want to see my reaction, I ranted for an hour about the patch notes. Like a whole hour I ranted, and I was pissy, and I'm still pissy about it. It's affecting my gameplay and my general state of mind. I think Huntress is weaker than Trickster because of the loud noise of 4.4 speed. Uploaded. You spent an hour ranting to yourself. Bro, The fact that they had the audacity not to give us the actual numbers with some of this stuff and like what their plans are is just so mean. It's so mean. It's like saying tomorrow one country is going to be destroyed on the planet. Which country will it be? Everyone have a good night's sleep tonight. Okay, maybe that's a little like a little bit bigger of a thing than a balance patch for Dead by Daylight, but you get the paranoia, right? What I'm trying to say, like why bother? Huntress weaker than Trickster. The thing is that Huntress, although she is very weak, I won't argue there. I do believe that her hatchets have way more lethality and are way more intimidating than Trickster's like brain dead. I can either hit you at this loop or I just have no power like design. You know, his design is so rancidly horrible. Oh, you're surprised the company sued people to keep MR hidden and aren't transparent? Imagine. Behavior never ceases to disappoint. Bro, I can't believe they had the audacity to go for night, though. Like, are you kidding me? The audacity. Like, when it was Xenomorph, fine, because it wasn't night. And when it was Hillbilly, fine, because it wasn't night. But how dare you go for night because it's night? You know? Disgusting. I know, they changed the TOS. Crazy work. I'm never getting into the creator program, guys, that's for sure. No creator program for me. I also noticed that Spooky Loops isn't in the creator program, even though he was a fog whisperer. Isn't that kind of weird? Do you think they're like low-key pissy at him for getting out of the fog whisperer program? Like a punishment? We don't want the community to have public MMR because that would make our jobs more difficult. We couldn't manipulate and lie to people about things. I will say that the people that are paid by behavior directly seem to be overtly fucking defensive of everything they do. That's very noticeable. Like, very defensive of everything. And it's just like, I don't think I can take your word anymore, unfortunately, because like... Like, don't get me wrong, I really do wish there was way more I could be positive about with Dead by Daylight, like, when it comes to balance. But the only positive aspect of Dead by Daylight is their endless fucking diarrhea flow of, like, content. Like, it just never stops. They're just literally, like, filling you up with so much content, you can't ever stop to even think about what's happening. For better or worse, balance, I mean for worse, let's be honest, but there's like never-ending balance changes that are horrible, just flooding you. There's never-ending skins, never-ending PTBs, chapters, like, I just shove the content in Battle Pass, motherfucker. Shove it. 100 levels now, shove it, look at all the reskins. Yeah, it's very clear all they care about is money. Bro, like in that video clip, in that 70% of all matches are like have a Swift in it, the dude who was like there literally said in the video, like, He's like, oh, Swift might be a balance issue. Like, he said that in the video. Fear, much appreciated for growing some buttons. That guy got fucking fired by now, that's for sure. Like, I'm sorry. Did you just say that Swift might be a balance issue? Get him the fuck out of the building! Taking too long to save that girl. I'm going back. Ooh, Giga heal. Got her. Oh, 2 gens done. Camera's tunneling somebody who might have upped the wrecker. Overcome, I think. That was a huge shift W. I don't have bamboozle, am I an idiot? I did like some big play here, so I destroyed my portal. Hit the gen. Oh man, playing these shit killers is so exhausting. Oh, she's going for that balance play. Ooh, she tastes it. Push her this way so she can't. Did you see how she said, nope, balance play? Need to go for that balance play, brother. We're gonna balance landing. What the hell? Why would you do that? You just wasted your balance. We have to go for like a cringe camp here and hope they don't finish all the gens. 70 seconds. We'll probably have looking at 1 gen left if we're lucky. I have Spirit Fury Enduring Hubris. Like maybe we get some kind of play out of it. Oh, nice miss skill check there. That's gonna be really helpful. Put a portal here too, in case. They know they got to get that girl out of basement in order to start working on this gen again. And that puts me in a good spot. So somebody has to go like way around me in order to do it. They got her out. Not quite sure how they got around me, but they did it pretty goddamn efficiently, didn't they? That was a good shit off. Alright, we tunnel her now. If she has DS, we lose the game. Alright, she's going back for her balance play. Go. We have someone injured here. He's running to Killer Shack. Do we have time for that? Oh, I could have got it down there. Why did she come in? little greedy. Mind hitting that girl. They're stumbling a little bit. Like I'm definitely getting them moving around. Oh, the old days where Enduring stopped it. That was pretty nice, wasn't it? All my other portals are gone. Are they gonna heal or are they gonna just push gens? I think they're probably just gonna push. Yeah, they're pushing. Bug. Almost feels like it's like a rollback on you using your power. Sable has a very questionable movement. Yep. Like that was a really pathetic auto aim because it like it didn't even make sense. So far, the only perk we've used is Franklin's. I'm carrying these other 3 perks just for one desperation play that hasn't never happened. Mostly because these guys don't loop, they just shift W. Like, they quite literally don't ever, like, loop or anything. It's just shift W, shift W, shift W. Like, do you see the, like, rancidification of the Survivor gameplay loop? There it is. I waited all game for that moment. Like, just shift W and do gens, guys. Nothing else matters. Ghoul is annoying! We don't like him! Get rid of Ghoul! I wonder why. What could be so annoying about Ghoul, I wonder, that we don't like him? They turned into bots from the Val, yeah. Didn't handle the combo breaker. Actually, Spear Fury Enduring is brain dead, okay? It's brain dead. Now don't look at my Vigil. Don't look at my Sprint Burst. Don't look at those. Don't look. Those are fine. They take effort. I have to manage my exhaustion. It's on a cooldown. Abandoned comp. Hyper focus, deja vu, overzealous lithe. So we're just gen rushing basically with lithe. Bond, lithe, windows off the record. Kindred will make it overcome a leader, surprisingly. Open-handed will make it another gen, commodious. Gotta get that balanced landing. Not a single survivor runs anti-tunnel here, except for this, like, off the record. And you wonder why. It's because gens go so fast that they have a better chance of escaping by gen rushing than they do by bringing anti-tunnel. Like, if gens weren't so fast, they would have to survive longer in a chase, and anti-tunnel would have more value. Funny enough. I mean, it's still insanely good. They should have been using it. But that's where the mindset is at. Not a non-tabletop game I still play. Always enjoy choice commentary on it. I was even out of PC gaming period until I picked up a Steam Deck as a DVD machine, a DVD on the go. Well, another game cooked in. Like those Demogorgon games are just not okay, man. Like that feels like a nightmare level gameplay. Should be base kit, right? Why should I have to run a perk when it could just be given to me? Did we get a... Oh, we did get a... Ooh. I didn't even see it, Fluffy. I didn't even see it. You're right. It happened. It happened! Both these killers are ass. Dredge has his moments. Demogorgon doesn't. You can't do killer properly on a deck. Yeah, killer you have to have like some like ridiculous setup to actually get like decent gameplay going. We should be doing like everything in our power to reduce the amount of Shift W in Dead by Daylight. There's like right now it's like the worst of both, because not only do you have to deal with Shift W, but when they actually finally get to a tile, it's always like main building or jungle gym or long wall jungle gym or Killer Shack, or just like some really fucking obnoxious tile that you just don't want to deal with or don't really have the time to deal with. I don't feel like I'm getting enough cakes this year at all, and it saddens me. Can't shift W against Wraith? That's true. Like, I wonder why they hurt Cake so bad this year. Especially with like 2 new survivors going in and stuff, it would have been like a really good time to like farm up a bunch of cakes. I feel like the devs want to keep you guys playing the game literally like 24/7, don't they? You're never allowed to go play anything else even for a second. You need to be punished. Stop playing Outlast Trials, god damn it. Play our game. It's only fair, since devs are going for anti-camp tunnel slug, it's only fair to ask for anti-hold forward, pre-running, and pre-dropping. But no, it only goes one way in this game. Are you suggesting that survivors should have to display skillful behavior in order to win their matches? Don't you know if you do that, survivors will just never win another match ever again? These blackboards, I need them. I'm 100% sure you get more cakes when you use the auto blood web spend. Like, you just don't get cakes when you do it normally, but when you do the auto, it gives you a bunch of cakes. Bum 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 bum. The devs or whoever is involved with the night changes, I promise you, their goal isn't to. It's to. How do I word this? They're trying to be sneaky about it. They're trying to be insidious about what they're doing with night. Their intention with night, and I'm really very confident about this, is they want to give night players no actual options. Like, seriously, they want to remove all of their options, just like they did with Skull Merchant, but they're afraid of just straight up saying that, like they did with Skull Merchant, that they like want to just basically kill the character and make sure nobody ever plays it again. So they're trying to like word it as like a side grade, but it's not. They are actually making it to where his previous rework made it to where he could no longer sandwich, but in his new rework, they're making it to where the guards have no independence. So they've taken away their independence, but also made it to where you can't sandwich in the previous rework. So now there's just fucking no options for the killer. Like, I swear to God, they're actually gonna kill him. The fuck, did this person spawn like 3 inches away from Harambe? Is it fate? Must be fate. How else can you explain that? Or her messing up that vault? Is it because you exist? You were the one who was meant to be Harambe. All roads led us to Toledo. You're disgusted with the changes? Me too. And I don't think anyone's going to complain about looking at Toledo for 4 minutes, am I right? You think she's the one who brought the luck offering? Well, then she got lucky, didn't she? She did. Here's your lucky day, Toledo. You get to be Harambe. What a fucking... That luck offering really came true, didn't it? Oh, DC, Toledo. Dig deep. Embrace the Harambe. That's right. How does it feel to be protected? Look at these shit ass trees. I never really paid much attention to them, but god, they're ass. Hear that Matthew Willard in there? Yeah, they look like something out of like a fucking Sega Genesis game, like. Do I still play TCM? No, the developers piss me off too much. Play around with Harambe. Rats are right, what the hell? We're going to like space. TCM is dead. There was only Harambe now. Gun has killed it. What do you mean? That was clearly the ungrateful community that killed it. Why couldn't they just fucking play the game casual like Gun wanted them to, huh? Why did they have to try hard? Why did they just not roleplay? God damn it. As it's over. Except it. Harambe! Oh, Harambe. We did it. If you're for anyone who thinks they have the right not to get Harambe. What language is that? I don't even know. He got a 4K. He's a moron. Yes. Alright, so were they all Polish? A mental hospital. The leader, by the way, in Polish said it was worth it. In case you were wondering. We did it. Another successful Harambe. I know that was hearsay. That's okay. Harambe isn't concerned with the words of lesser beings, okay? Harambe knows what needs to happen. Kate almost got Harambe. If she wouldn't have thrown Talita under the bus like that, it would have been her instead. Lucky. Lucky, lucky. Yeah, the killer cues are pretty rough today. Who was next in line? Look at that Bubba Schween, hold on. Dredge again. Anonymous, can you sum up True Talent's sort of vibe? Since you if you're here. Curious. Yeah, and you know what the best thing about the smoke bomb is that it's infinitely reusable. Like unlike like a flashbang or something, you could just keep using the smoke bombs over and over and over again on cooldown. Like they're legitimately like an extra perk. Me too, Nate, me too. I'm curious. It's weird that like, and I this might sound odd, but I genuinely don't know how many people there are in like the DVD community that actually just speak their sort of their true thoughts about things, you know what I mean? Like content creators. Like there's like people that are diehard killer mains, and I know that like they'll do nothing but just foam for killer main stuff 24/7 to the point where they make illogical arguments. Then you have people that make like the vast majority, I would say, that sort of glaze survivor or play the middle like way too hard, and it's like they let all of their public perception of them kind of sways how they talk about balance changes. I can't stand it. It drives me crazy. Scott is pretty honest. I do believe Scott is pretty honest. I do think though that maybe he what's the word for it? Like sometimes I'm not 100% sure on like with certain opinions if he tries to kind of, I don't know the word. No, nothing that like aggressive. It's just that I feel like he is like a, I don't know the word. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't think he necessarily tells people what they want to hear either. I think he's just he's like a bit of a contrarian, like in the sense that like I think he thinks basically everybody in existence overreacts. Maybe they do, I don't know. So like he always kind of like is the voice of reason to a fault, you know? I think that's the best way I could describe it. NA comp players are worse. Wrecked. We were watching this this video here. We can go back to it. Bit pretentious to watch a reaction to your reaction.
In my time, especially because I've played different characters at different levels of MMR. Now, obviously, there is like I think with Killer it's a little bit more varied because I feel like the MMR kind of shifts sometimes because if I'm starting a character that's brand new, a lot of the time I would end up going against people that aren't as high in that sort of skill level compared to characters that I usually use very, very frequently. So
it's the tether.
If we are going off of that, that might explain a lot, right? Because when you are playing one killer for as long as you have, it might explain why you end up seeing a little bit of some varied he was sweaty,
levels
man.
Of
skill sometimes.
It's crazy sweaty.
I wouldn't say every time. Like, if it's every time, then maybe it's not high MMR. But sometimes you may see like a mix in your lobby where like a few of them are pretty good, but then you also have like that one person that isn't really that great.
DS.
So that might be able to explain that as well.
So this entire killers are on copium thing when they're playing against a Swift,
it's
very disingenuous because chances are it is a Swift, especially if that killer is in high MMR. Now you might ask, why wouldn't Behavior just release some updated stats on this after nearly a decade? Well, the obvious answer is they probably want to keep the information hidden, right? We know for sure they're still tracking the data internally, but they're keeping it on.
The reason that they're probably going to hide this information is either probably they're doing some testing and they want to try to further, analyze the game without, having an uproar. Could also be the same reason they hide the MMR, which probably is because it might cause a divide within the community. Even furthermore, I think.
The reason obviously that they hide it, like, let's be honest, is because they always want to control the narrative, right? Are we in a match? Oh, okay, we are in a match. They always want to have control over what people think. That's why when they release like a stat, the stat ties directly into a change they're planning on making to the game, or when MMR, it's all the same thing. They just want to have complete control over like all this internal stats and stuff, data. They probably say like they do it internally because they think people are too stupid to handle it, but like the reality is that what just happened, by the way? Oh, sweet. They don't want to fix it though, Glitch Boy, because they make too much money off of it. Back to queue for you. They want to control the narrative of the balance at all times. If all of the stats are out there, it would give us a way clearer picture of who was like telling the truth and who wasn't telling the truth, and that would make people that they don't like potentially having more of a voice in like the say of the games than they would want, right? Like they want to be able to direct where the game goes to make as much profit as possible, because although they technically are still considered a private company, they entered into a partnership with NetEase, and they have to deliver on that that investment. Just how it goes when you get into like corporate garbage. The Vogue vials are probably gonna be like atrociously obnoxious. Maybe I was right. Maybe that's actually why they nerfed Knight so savagely, because Knight was gonna be like one of the few characters that could deal with the smoke bombs because his guards would still chase you through them. So maybe they want to discourage people from playing Knight because of the smoke bombs. That's why glitch that like people say like corporations are machines. It's because like basically how a corporation works is that like if the, let's say the CEO for example, doesn't provide like yearly profits, or then they'll replace him with somebody who does. It's that simple. Like you maximize profit every year no matter what it takes, and if you don't do it, we'll replace you with someone who will. So it just takes the human like right on out. What's the Knight nerfs? They're making it to where the banners spawn way faster now with the assassin and the jailer, supposedly. So when you like summon an assassin on somebody, if they'll be able to pick up the banner way quicker and end the hunt. And if you try to like sandwich tech the person who's getting hunted by the assassin, obviously the chase will just already like instantly end because they already changed that. Yeah, the gaming industry's gone so far downhill. It's crazy. It really happened with like the 4K era, I think. Like when we were still in like the HD era, like we were getting so many crazy good games every single year. And then the 4K era came and I don't know what happened, man. Everything just got so cringe. Like indie games are like probably gonna end up like fucking saving like the gaming industry at some point, because like these AAA devs just can't get it done. I'm kind of even holding my breath with GTA 6. Like if GTA 6 can't deliver, you know it's over for AAA. Yeah, true. Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate, like these private companies just doing their thing, man. It's like you see the fucking difference in quality. GTA 6 has been in development for like since like 2014 or something, but it actually only started like full development I think in like 2021, so it's only had like a true 4-year dev cycle. Dan Houser, the guy who made, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2 and like wrote all of the Rockstar games for the past 20 years, he literally quit Rockstar because they canceled GTA 6 like 4 times and he had to rewrite the story like 4 times, and every time he would rewrite the story they would tell him it was too mature. They didn't like how dark and mature the story was, so they kept making him go back to the drawing board. And after the 4th time, he got so pissed off that Take-Two wouldn't like... Because they were developing the game for like a year. They were developing the game for like a full straight year, and then they would tell him to start over again because they didn't like the story. So he got so mad that he fucking quit Rockstar and made a new studio. So that's like a huge red flag for GTA 6. The devs dropped the developer notes, which basically is like it's patch notes without all the details. Big floppas in here, excuse me. Well, at least we got a DLC for Red Dead 2. I was playing that the other day. I was having a good time. It's a really fun mission they added to it. Baldur's Gate 3 isn't great. As a D&D player, I was severely disappointed. I've never been this bored of combat. Story is mediocre too. And I really like got into it. I don't know. Maybe it was because I played it in co-op and I never really got to play like an RPG like that in co-op. It was very like weird seeing like other people like talk to like NPCs and stuff. It makes you wonder what they could do with like Mass Effect. They hear me, by the way. I'm not silent. It's gonna be a runner. It's over. He fucked up. There's no counterplay to this. Never give Dredge the pallet. Camp it. They're resetting because I'm going for this hook here. Just to go in the next door to get the pallet. Doesn't make it. Is this the classroom? Oh, she's cooked. Bro, I felt like that girl was on hook for literally 40 minutes. Like, that's crazy that she never got second staged. Whoa! I triple healed. That's nasty heal speeds. Let's try to get him injured again as much as we can. Let's assume someone went up here. Oh, I fucked up. I should have teleported there. What? They're healing like crazy, this team. They got some healing perks in their cheeks. Saga rage quit. They all rage quitting? Bro. Drivers are so soft, it's actually hilarious. 31-hour DC penalty. Let's go. The bots are gonna do chins now because these guys were too pathetic. You guys had a path back here. I like Red Dead 2 more than GTA as well. Watch out to cut off my trail of torment, you little feister. Wow, she's actually baiting it. How tryhard is them wall hacks. Why did that girl just DC? What's happening? They all rage quit, bro. Jeej. I actually don't care. I'm just gonna say Jeej. DVD peaking at its finest. What's up, Vioso? Dredge on Midwich? This isn't fair. Not fair.
So, what are the chances of a Dredge getting their best map in the game? Did you believe it? Did it actually happen? Or was it all a clever trick created by our writers? Think about it. If you thought it was true, not a chance. We made this one up. It never happened. Also, Swift doesn't exist. An urban legend.
What if these buffs are for killers to stop playing the game and to have an excuse to add killer bots? Alice, I'm not joking. It feels literally that crazy that that could be a thing, but it like he gets there. I don't know. Had you fooled? That GIF definitely feels like it sums it up, Fang. I'm not gonna lie. True said Pyramid Night Pig Clown were all nerfs. I think so. I would say personally, I think Clown is going to be stronger and more obnoxious to play against than he ever has been in the past. Personally, I really do believe that. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. Pig, I think, is a literal side grade. I don't think there's Well, should I say a side grade? No, I don't really think Pig is like a rare exception. I don't think it's I think it is a minor buff, because usually what happens is they take a killer's best add-ons and they make them base kit and then nerf the add-ons, which is a side grade, right? They didn't actually do anything. They just nerfed his best add-ons, forcing you to still run those add-ons most of the time. So it's basically a zero-sum game. Pig, on the other hand, this time they actually they actually took some of her less used add-ons and made them base kit. So I think that it actually is just a minor overall buff, because people weren't really running those add-ons to begin with. Knight, huge nerf. Enormous giga cataclysmic skull merchant nerf. So I don't think there's any... We'll just have to see. We might really have to like start a movement to fight for Knight if we don't want like those changes to go through. Well, we will try to keep an open mind on the PTB, but like we might really have to fight for it. We did last time too. Like the last time they reworked Knight, we had to fight for it because they ruined him. So we'll do it again, and hopefully we can get like an alien thing going, because when this type of thing happens, people look towards the mains, right? They look towards people like me or King Wolf or Pixie. They're gonna look towards anyone who is a Knight main and kind of see what their opinion is of the change. And I have a feeling we're all gonna probably be in agreement that it's a horrible nerf. And thank God we have Pixie, because without her we probably would have no chance, because like King Wolf and I are pretty much like getting to the point where we're almost like blacklisted. Knight's waifu is fuming a little, is she? You don't understand why they touch killers below B in any way besides buffs. It's so odd. Sure, Trickster feels lonely in the dumpster. Bro, he does why should he be lonely? He's got Skull Merchant in there with him. Trapper lives in the dumpster. He was born in it, molded by it. Other killers merely adopted the dumpster. But Pyramid Head is a 50-50 for me. It can go either way. They nerfed certain parts of him significantly, but it sounds like they potentially made it to where he's like alien or xenomorph. So like when you're chasing somebody, you can just kind of go into your power really, really fast and just instantly hit them with the power. That's kind of what it feels like. The idea of what they're going for, right? Because we're not allowed to have killers that feel different from each other or have different gameplay. Everything needs to be exactly the same so that there's actually zero variety in the game. In order to fix something, like otherwise we'd have to put some crazy stupid ass idea in the game, like a fucking currency system. Imagine how stupid that would be, a fucking currency system in the game. God. We could all lose our games on the PTB. Now, probably gonna play against you guys on the PTB, to be honest. I'll need like some test turkeys that want to like play their hardest against Knight and see how I do. Because like if you play against randos in the PTB, 9 times out of 10 they're either gonna quit the second they realize that you were born with fingers, or they're gonna quit the second they don't like the killer you like, or they're gonna quit if anything happens that even minorly inconveniences them. Yeah, Rick and Michonne are coming. Nemi and Vecta. Well, never say never. You never know when they're gonna come back for it. Nemi on the new map, or I mean Demi on the new map. Let's see how this goes. I really have no faith in Demogorgon as a killer. I think his kit is beyond outdated and pathetic. there any chance I can just get rid of Killer Shack early on? Like, maybe just get rid of the, like... Nah, she ran it perfectly. I just want to get rid of the fucking pallet, you know what I mean? So it's just not here for later. Nah, she doesn't use it. She just wastes my fucking time and then runs away. I hate this game. Bro, okay, we gotta leave that person. They're cracked. We lost the game. I'm not joking. That chase, game's over. For 3 gens done. 3 gens popping any second now. You guys ready for it? Clench your cheeks. It's coming. 3 gens. He fucking popped it. You little shit. We're here. There's literally no point to go for hooks on this team. I changed my mind. But we definitely aren't gonna win this. Way too high caliber for a gunner tier like this. Demi's I think the worst killer in the game. I really believe it. Genuinely believe worst killer in the game. Worse than Trapper, worse, like, against good players, just like, what are we even doing? Like, this lady had to run into a wall. Never mind, sprint burst just literally lasts forever. Fat ass hitbox, got it. A little lady had to run into a wall. Oh god, she's running in here. That's not too bad for us. It would be optimal. You're like, I gotta get that unhook. Anything else wouldn't be optimal. Going for the pickup in here or what? Huh? I need to have like no terror radius so I can catch these guys off guard a little bit. I was actually trying to die on the hook. I like it. Just trying to die. Doesn't anyone want to trade with her before she gives up? Where the fuck did you sprint burst from? Haha! He stole the vault from her. I got to bypass borrow time. I don't have a single portal up. What the fuck? I had no idea that girl was there. The best part is, though, is at least it's a miserable experience for everyone, you know? Gotta get to Killer Shack, try hard. My brain only has one input, it's Killer Shack at 100 miles an hour, shift W.
Fucking going to Killer Shack. Gonna get there.
But that guy insta heal. That gen over there is cooked. I need to find a gen that's like far enough away that. The dumpstering, huh? Nerf hubris, it got value. What the fuck is... Were we just gonna let a killer perk get value in 2025? Get the fuck out of the game. Bum 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 bum. Whoa. They healed each other. Stand there, it's actually good for me. I need to break this. He's starting a new gen over there. I can literally chase him freely until she gets off that gen. That's the funny part. Bro thinks he's slick, huh? Damn. Is she still on it now? Go on, get back. Get back. Get away. My kill. Gonna trade? Nice. Very enduring. I'm dangerous now. They're trying to destroy the portal or push the gen. Oh, she's like Killer Shack. Dun, dun. Like, play the Terminator 2 theme song. Dun, 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 as she fucking runs towards Killer Shack. Oh my god, this girl's in another dimension of Shift W. Like, this is a match where I'm actually genuinely gonna slug for the 4K, I think, because I don't like how this fucking player Shift W's that efficiently. Sorry, dog. I just can't let this player Shift W that hard to get away with it. Like, I will Borathon us all to hell and back. Huh? Little efficient Shift W, are you? I don't even know, like, you can't, like, you have to put portals, like, far enough away from the thing that you, like, don't get value, right? What an unstoppable poopy diaper meets a fucking irresistible poopy diaper. What happens? Holy spawn region of cringe. I can kind of do it here. That guy's gonna bleed out. It's just the way it is. If the devs didn't want him to bleed out, they should have created a better system. It's not my fault. There you go. You got him up. That was nice. You can see my thing through the walls, so it doesn't really give me too much value. Kill a shack where tryhards are born. Oh, I zoned her, guys. You're never allowed to zone a player. Nerf it. Get zoning out of the fucking game. How are you feeling, Jake? Slow it down. Slow it down. Why am I allowed to even move? It should be like fucking Resident Evil, like classic movement, where when you hold down the left trigger, you stand still. You can only omnidirectional shift it like a pitch of like 7 degrees. What's up here, trash? This man, like, seriously got so pissed off that he, like, literally gave up on life. Feel bad. Put him down like the... If they would have just been more efficient on gens, there would have been literally nothing I could have done. Like that one Jace at the beginning would have cost me the game. Guaranteed, 100%. Carried him to hatch than Morito. A bit savage. Dead hard, Deja Vu, Decisive will make it. It's a try-hard player right there. Yeah. Jake is off platform. The low pick rate, Deja Vu. That's right. It could use a slight buff. Kind of in the same way Body and Resurgence needed it and Vigil needed it. It's not quite Giga Meta when it should be. We've made that decision internally that it should be. You know what? Just stop playing. Give us the controller. Like, if Behavior was in the room with Survivor players, they'd just be like, give me the fucking controller. Give me the keyboard. I'll do it. I'll do it. Sit down in your fucking beanbag chair over there. I'll do it. I'll play the game for you. I've actually lost a game by triple Deja Vu. You got Shrek. You play on stream? I do, Rocket Cat, I do. Potential, the So again, this is like an unconfirmed leak. It might 100% not be true, so take it with a huge grain of salt. It's just that I saw a leak that Potential Energy's buff was going to be that they're going to make it to where when you work on a generator, it sends the generator progress to the furthest away gen instead of the gen that you're working on. So that's what I heard. If that's hopefully not true, because that sounds really annoying. Thoughts on Dracula on controller? Let me show you guys something, actually. A little fun thing we can all look at and laugh and say, wow, that's really annoying.
I am the Lord of Darkness.
Stop being an edgelord, Dracula. Let's just start the game. Reskin Blight. Yeah. It's funny how you can reskin Blight and then still get nerfed. All right. Okay, so let me show you guys this, right? Like, I want to change into another form, right? So I hold down control on keyboard and mouse. Look, it says left click to go into wolf form, right click to go into bat form. Do you see it says bat form on the right and wolf form on the left? Wow, that's really intuitive. That really makes it easy for my brain to understand which button I should click in a hurry, right? Now let's do it on controller. Oh, I want to shapeshift? Oh, I want to go into wolf form. I'm glad that the right trigger is on the left side of the screen and the left trigger is on the right side of the screen. That's real fucking intuitive and real helpful for when I'm in a stressful chase. All right, that's all I wanted to show.
This is vampire heaven.
It's peak design. It's just a visual UI issue. If they would swap it, it would be no issue. But it's such a mind fuck. You always end up spawning in as the wrong character. The best thing you could do is just never look at it and memorize what the inputs are, because it messes with your brain so much. Nice nice menu music though, I like it. Anyway, guys, PTB comes out in 5 hours, as we would say in Deutschland, sorta. I said 5 as in 5, but then I just said hours because my German sucks. Not gonna be streaming it today, gonna be streaming it tomorrow after everybody's really got their first taste of it. You guys can let me know what you think about it. Then to tomorrow I'll need 4 turkeys to hop in with me. We'll be streaming at the same time we did today, so any 4 turkeys that want to have the PTB downloaded, you can get in my lobby and I can test things on you mercilessly. It would be a good time. You don't think Huntress could get these? I think a decent Huntress should be able to get it right. But I'm glad you mentioned that because I need to update it. But yeah, we will be back on tomorrow, same cringe place,
same cringe time. Much appreciated for the commitments, the recommitments, for the night changes, bro. I don't want to think about it. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. Gonna sit down, watch True Talent probably react to the patch notes, see if he crashed out as hard as I did. If you want to see me crash out to the patch notes, just go ahead and restart the stream back to the beginning, and you will see a man lose his mind in well, it's not live anymore, but it was. So there you go. Anyway, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Alrighty. Peace. Happy Walking Dead Day. Go outside, you brisk